everybody. Welcome back to Wampoville. Welcome back to the high seas because we're going to be painting. No, that's not Yamato. That's actually Musashi, and it's an early war version of Musashi. We'll be talking about this during the stream. Giveaway is here. So these midline turrets here, well, those were replaced fairly early in the war or pre-war with more anti-aircraft guns. So when you look at this, you don't. To me, I don't recognize this at all. I actually had to go in deep. See the image on the lower left-hand side there. I had to actually do a deep dive. I'm like, when the heck did they have this? So this was immediately from construction. So that's almost kind of a World War One leftover there, right, Armored Wolf? How you doing, Armored Wolf? So yeah, we're gonna try and keep consuming this during the stream here. Well, I actually turned green when I added the rum to it. There's actually some a Mountain Dew flavor there. Oh, Mountain. Here, let me see if I can get these on the screen here. So that is almost the size of a regular. Is that a wave serpent? But it's almost the same size. Now, I couldn't find this file either in my Mini Factory or my Colts 3D. I actually found some better Eldar printable files. This one too, wait a time. This is kind of where things got a little bit wonky, was on the underside here. It was really difficult to find a way. Thank goodness for these and hot glue. Yeah, I just had to hot glue it there precariously on the edge. So yeah, this was it was pretty wild doing that. Actually, I might just put this over here so that we can maybe grab that during the stream. Okay, 1 second here. Let me get this cord out of harm's way. Now, not a lot of rocket science here. We've got the deck. We've got our slate gray, right, Dark Horse? How you doing? And then we'll be doing our water effect like usual. Now, I actually do have some smaller ships here. I got, look at this, a whole collection of them. Some destroyers and a cruiser. Won't maybe we'll just save these for next week or something like that. I know that since this is not actually Yamato, this is an early war version of Musashi. I just thought, you know what? We'll paint this one now. It's not our grand finale. We'll have to again get the kind of 1944 version of Yamato, and we'll print it out. Right, Dark Horse? How you doing? This is dry now, I think. Yeah, that is dry. So that was pretty wild. Got to get pictures of him with all of his other Tomb King's buddies. All right, what are we gonna be doing here? Let's just grab some kind of a Filberty type brush here. It's a highly technical term, right, Dark Horse? So Dark Horse, happy Monday. Yeah, it's still Monday here. I hope that your day was a decent one. Glad that you're doing well. Doing our dry brushy thing. Again, not rocket science, right? This is not. For whatever reason, I couldn't find the catapult. I guess that didn't get printed out. I have a feeling that maybe there's some more files that should be part of this, and I'm just going to have to locate those. Oh, geez, I meant to have some of the Necron ships out here, too. From last week's Armada Monday. So Dark Horse, boy oh boy, it's for the longest time it was, oh yeah, we got a little while to Christmas yet, it's still only this, it's still only that, and now it is less than 10 days, which is crazy. Let's welcome in Rottweiler. How you doing there, Rottweiler? Hey, Renegade, nice to see you. So Rottweiler, I hope that it looks like you were having some fun painting there. Hopefully that was a blast, of course. Everybody please give Rottweiler a follow if you could. So great to see you back there, Renegade. And of course, happy Monday to everybody. And as we were saying earlier, this is not actually Yamato. Giveaway is here with these midline turrets right there. Yeah, I was thinking that, Rottweiler. It seemed like that's what you were doing. And of course, Rottweiler, as always, if you want to share anything in the chat, please go right on ahead and do that. So we're rocking and rolling our 1/1800 scale ships. The water effects will be done just like these right here. We've done a whole bunch of different navies so far. We started out with the U.S. Navy and also with the Italian Navy. There's the ultimate unicorn. Oh, we have finally a direct comparison between the Montana class and the Musashi slash Yamato slash Shinano class right there. So you can see that the big difference is in the beam, because all of the U.S. ships had to be designed to be able to fit through the Panama Canal. So great to see you again there, Rottweiler. And of course, again, please post stuff in the chat, things that you've been working on. That'd be sensational. And here's hoping that you are ready, because we were just talking about how it's getting closer and closer and closer to that day. We will be doing some more ornaments this Thursday. I'm thinking, actually, I got to do the sun. I mean, come on, we haven't done that one yet. I don't know if I'll have time to create that Saturn ornament, because I wonder if the hot glue might be a little bit easier for that than the super glue was. Everybody, please check out that Instagram link that Rottweiler just shared. Oh yeah, Rottweiler. This was last night's tutorial video here, and this will go up on the Patreon page tomorrow. So this is actually 3D printed, and this was actually a color scheme that I did years ago, as in, I don't know, potentially upwards of 10 years ago, maybe longer. And I just wanted to try it again with the oil. So this was after episode 1. We're going to be doing for sure at least one more episode. So again, everybody, please give Rottweiler 1616 a follow if you could. And again, now we're going to be doing the water. You can really see the texture there on that water. How's about we grab ourselves one of these brushes here. We got ourselves some Prussian blue, some phthalo green, and I'm going to actually grab me some of my radiant green here too. So let's grab this and let's start doing some water here. Again, the cookies were looking fantastic. I have to do, boy, I guess maybe I'll try tomorrow during the day to at least get another batch of dough ready. Gotta at least try to do that. But your cookies were looking fantastic there, Rottweiler.
So say we all.
Some crazy results yesterday, for sure. On the gridiron, right, Rottweiler? Thank you so much, Clinton Hobbies. Appreciate that. So, Clinton, geez, I hope that you've been able to get to paint lately. I know there was some Interruptus Maximus right there. So many folks have experienced Interruptus Maximus in their painting. Hey there, Mitsu, how you doing? Mitsu, if you would please also post some of your work in the chat. So Mitsu does fantastic 2D art. Mitsu is an illustrator, painter galore, and also has a Patreon page. So if you want to learn more about glorious 2D art, please give Mitsu a follow. So Mitsu, great to see you. Again, we love our 2D art here, so we want to support all of our fellow 2D artists. Yeah, Rot. So actually, are you looking to sign a contract with them to play some defense? I'm sure you wouldn't mind playing defensive line. Yeah, you would love being a nose tackle. getting rolled up by a couple of 320-pound offensive linemen every other play. You would love that. That'd be a fantastic experience. You would absolutely you're all in for that because I think they've run through all their practice squad guys, right, Ron? With all the injuries. Heck, if they're gonna give me a $1 million minimum salary or something like that, I'll just be a speed bump for somebody. Yeah, I can fall down on the ground for $1 million. Maybe somebody trips over me, cause not those linemen they can't leapfrog over me, say the way a running back or a wide receiver can. So that'll be our job. We just fall down in front of the offense, and we'll see who trips over us, and we'll make a cool $1 million each. Well, actually, we'll run all three of us. All three of us will sign up, and if with all three of our salaries, Rottweiler, we might be able to afford the new Lord of the Rings stuff. So with that combined $3 million salary, we might actually at least be able to afford one or two of the books and maybe a miniature. Well, actually, no. I think we would need a fourth person to sign up with us to be able to afford one of the miniatures too. So Mitsu, it's really fantastic to see you. It's funny because I was about to shoot you a message with with some of the Christmas cookies. Yes, indeed. Believe it or not, I was going to shoot you a message just to see how you and James were doing. So you can see we're starting to lay out our water effects now, and here is where those water effects are headed. And again, those are sculpted on. You can see now here in their raw form. So there you can see that texture right there. That is actually the same material that we used for this right here, right, for our waterfall. Same stuff that you're seeing here is actually this and this were both in the same video. Hey there, Cheese Whiz, how you doing? So Dark Horse and Cheese Whiz are also willing to fall down. Now, again, that might place a little more pressure on the defensive backs when, well, let's see, about 35% of the defense is laying on the ground. Well, Dark Horse said, yeah, there's nothing that says we can't grab onto a leg if it's nearby. Yeah, think of us as like a speed bump with arms. Yeah, that's what we are, a speed bump with arms. So yeah, let me see if oh well no I can't get my phone because there's something on top of that now. But yeah, it's that time. Well, I think oh geez, I don't think I sent you the pictures of the Halloween cookies. Yeah, for the first time ever in Wampleville, we did Halloween cookies using actually 3D printed cookie cutters. That's totally serious. 3D printed cookie cutters. Actually, I think Armored Wolf would totally be willing to again just fall down in front of somebody. For actually, we would do it for half a mil, wouldn't we, do Armored Wolf? Again, I'm an expert faller. I can fall in front of anybody. And if you make my shoulder pads big enough, then I'll have that much more of a radius. Yeah, Mitsu, it's kind of crazy, right, to think, wait a minute, you can 3D print some cookie cutters, but they did work. Now, you have to kind of be careful when you're looking at the files because, needless to say, the cutting part can be a lot thicker than their metal counterparts, which are obviously much more like a knife, whereas these are a little bit more like a sanded down butter knife as far as how well they necessarily cut through the dough. But yes, we need to get going on more cookie goodness here. So yeah, Dark Horse. Maybe we'll be able to actually paint one or two GW figures. if we have a cool 3-4 million bucks to work with. You might think I'm joking, but just one single 28 mil character fig, $30 for one, and you need, well, more than that. We'll throw that out there. You're going to need more. Now, where's that? I'll just use this guy here. So we're going to take this and our indigo. Come on, indigo. There we go. Where's my here we go. Think of this as our. It's almost like our ambient color, right? Like when we're doing our object source lighting, and we have our ambient lighting. So again, Mitsu, if you want to share something in the chat, please go ahead and do that. Actually, now that I have an iPad here, I guess that opens up. What the heck is that called? FaceTime? I think that's what it's called. Yeah, that is now more of an option when it wasn't before, because there hadn't been an Apple product in this house since the 1980s. Okay, so again, we're getting into our ambient color on the water. Where's my? See, we're starting to work our way closer here. So this was Kaga, if you remember. Yeah, that was our second Kirubutai aircraft carrier that we did. And of course, this was one of our streams from last. Actually, I think this was our last stream. Yeah, wasn't it? Oh, can I find the planets that we were doing here? Oh, I got them. I got them. So look at this, a solar system in a box. These were the last two planets that we did, and this Thursday we'll be doing some more. Let's see. Oh, here's Ganymede and Callisto. This was the week before, and of course we did before that. Yep, that's Arda. So there's Mordor. Look, there's Sauron right there. There's the Brandywine River, the Anduin River, Bay of Belfalas. There's Valinor over there. So yeah, that's a solar system in a box right there. And we will be doing some more of those. Oh, just a few days from now. More ornaments, more better. Of course, on New Year's Eve, let me scroll on down to it here. We'll be painting Earth. Let's see, what is it, Armored Wolf? At least the last 4 years, I think we've been painting Earth on New Year's Eve. And obviously, we ring in the new year. Every hour on the hour, we switch to a new part of the globe, and we concentrate on that. Cheese Whiz, since that's probably going to seal things locked tight, right? You might want to wait a while, especially it depends what colors that you're using there, Cheese Whiz. Yeah, you're probably going to want to wait yourself a good week or something like that, I'm thinking. Thank you so much, Darbone. Fear Darbones. Okay, so this is significantly larger than those cruisers that you showed, but still not going to Valinor on this. Where's those funky surfboards? The surfboards in question would happen to be the aircraft carriers. So what's going to happen on our big Gandalf 6 here? That is a solid roll. That's a 3. That is a 3. That he didn't mention pipeweed, so he didn't get zonked by that 1. I'm just gonna tone down some of the lights. There we go. Okay. Hey there, Uncle Trash. How you doing? It's Uncle Trash. Actually, ironically enough, I think I shot you a message not too long before the stream started. And it was about, since there's obviously going to be multiple videos on each, if you want to call it army, let's just call it faction. Let's go faction instead of army. Because there's always going to be something I'm adding to it or whatever, right? If there is, well, let's say a Dunlending theme, if there's an Isengard theme, a Minas Morgul theme, it was kind of similar to what they did, right? By the second movie, pretty much, when you heard a certain piece of music, you knew who was being featured, and it would be kind of interesting, wouldn't it, if it were that recognizable on the channel? It's like, oh, here's this music. Jim's doing Far Harad again. Or, okay, this must be Angmar. Or this must be Erebor. Oh, yeah, that would be pretty wild, Uncle Trash, wouldn't it? Writing music for Erebor? All right, Mitsu, I'll shoot you a message. Well, it'll be after the stream. Obviously, you'll be long since asleep, but it'll be there waiting for you in the morning. But say hi to James for me, and again, love you guys, and hope that everything is going fantastic with all the art stuff. Dark Horse. The scary thing is that's not in rubles. That's practically in British pounds right there. Uncle Trash. It's kind of funny that you say that because I mean really that's what we're trying to do from a visual standpoint too, right? A motif. So I'll try to. Actually, I like that term there, Uncle Trash. I hope you don't mind if I steal that. I hope you don't mind if I steal that, because that could be really a fun thing moving forward. So yes, we tried to stock up on the Mountain Dew. I was telling Armored Wolf because remember we did that all-nighter Saturday into Sunday. So if suddenly you find this ship laying sideways on the table, it has not sunk or capsized. It's just that I've gone to JB Jones' locker, conscious wise. What's pretty wild is just how. Now, obviously, Barham and Hood probably look, I think they're about the same level of dishevelment at the seabed, but Musashi looks pretty rough. There's not too many recognizable pieces of it. And that wasn't an implosion either. That was just magazines going off, and holy smokes. So Dark Horse says he has uncovered the pricing scheme. That it's $1,000 per millimeter, right, Dark Horse? That's how GW charges for things. All right, let me get some of the. Let me go. Where's my number? My good. Here it is. Well, until the new package from Dick Blick gets there. Oh, by the way, Dick Blick has a $39 free shipping instead of the usual 59. So for them that wants more stuff on Dick Blick, just tossing that out there. So Cheese Whiz, I hope you like the new video that I'll be posting on the Patreon page tomorrow. Uh, I'll show you after I get some of this stuff on here. I'll bring out that Eldar vehicle. And again, I gotta get, there's some more Eldar files that I want to get. Also Dark Eldar files. We'll show you this later on in this channel. Give me a little while because there's going to come a point where I'm going to want to give stuff a minute or two to set. He did do the little chrysanthemum here. I was wondering if he did that. Oh, and by the way, those Necron ships that we've been doing on stream were done by the same sculptor that did all of these ships here. And yes, we have been doing Necron Battlefleet Gothic ships. Yeah, let's do this. Again, this is basically a pre-war Musashi right here. because these midline turrets were replaced with AAA and a lot of it because they this is very much a world well even oh let's see it wasn't Roma that had those midline turrets. No, I think it was the Conte di Cavour class because no, Roma had this configuration, which again is also a kind of an unusual one. Yeah, we still need to rock some of this lighter stuff back here. And remember, the Japanese turrets typically had the white canvas instead of like the French, British, and American. They all had the black canvas. Water guards on the turret on the barrels there. So this is what we did on the tutorial last night. So we had, and this was episode 1 of a new vehicle painting series. So it's episode 1. In episode 2, we're going to be getting to all of the panel lines, a lot of the freehand, that sort of stuff. Let me use, maybe I'll just use this right here. So some of that Mars Yellow Deep mixed with some of our gray. And just doing this, we're going to be hitting it with a bunch of our glazy things anyways, so doesn't really matter. Let it mix with some stuff too, why not? Hey there, Doji, how you doing? So Doji, if you don't mind, as always, post in your fabulous oil painting links there, all those nifty miniatures. Please go ahead and do that if you don't mind. It's always great to have that for people to see. What are we doing here? Alright. And I think it yep, just goes right to here. Right to there. Simply please check out that Instagram link that Doji just shared. So Doji, hopefully your Monday hasn't, or your Tuesday morning hasn't been too chaotic. Okay. Okay, now let's start doing some glaze type stuff here. We'll grab, you know what, maybe I'll just keep using this brush still here. And Cheese Whiz, actually, if there's anything you wanted to show off, same thing, Uncle Trash. If there's something that you wanted to share, please go ahead. So Cheese Whiz, if you, I think you were talking about the Patreon page there. Believe it or not, after what 13 years, it's still there's still more acrylic videos on there than you have oil painting vids. So even after all these years, there's actually still more videos that are acrylic in nature. Because I'm still making them. So yeah, we're still making new acrylic videos here and there. You know, I'm just gonna roll with this thing. I'm going to take this here, some of our indigo, and now we're going to grab ourselves, because this is the most fascinating part of every Armada stream where we do this. And hopefully it doesn't get too crazy for you there, Doji. get rid of that. Because I'll stick my hand in that for sure. No doubt about it. And now we're doing this. So yeah, Doji, it's really weird to think that there's that many acrylic videos still to this day. I'm trying to think what the first official oil paint Patreon video was. It might have been, it could have been that were shark, like of all things. That might have been that. I'd have to look back and just see. Okay, what did we? What was the first official one? Just go back by the dates. I guess Doji. If you've got the link handy, right? That Ryan created, where you can do that search. That search function there. You know, like get rid of this thing. A little bit more on my indigo here. Alright, that's better. So thanks so much, Armored Wolf, for posting a link to the YouTube channel. I will try to get another. I think that we were working on this. I don't know. Maybe I'll try and turn that into a quickie YouTube vid there as well. We'll see how it goes. Do we have just about everything? Okay, yeah. So now I can kind of go a little bit more precision on this. And I might even then use this guy here. Just like this. I want to get a handle on some of the water splashes. All right, a little more, a little more. There we go. It was funny, Rottweiler. I still had the sound at the same level as recording, so needless to say, that the volume was at max. I mean, like at 100. So it sounded like all of Mordor was coming in through the chat. That's for sure. Just trying to again get some of that glazy stuff that went over the edge. I think now we're good. No, we got to go more with almost like a dry brush here. Like so. Take on a little more here. Okay, so I think that is, I think that's working. Now let's take a blending brush to these. All of a sudden, those hard lines there. Yeah, not hard lines anymore. Not doing that with acrylics, are you, Doji? Taking that all the way back to the stern. over here. Then we're going to get some of our darker indigo out in front of that bow. Cheese Whiz, everything is the same, whether it's a liner brush, craft brush, or a filbert brush, right? Filbert brush, all the same. Just use that Winsor Newton brush cleaner. Dried acrylic too. It'll work for that. Okay, let me get that thing back on the table. There we go. Doji, it's definitely been kind of up-tempo here for you. Well, in the non-painting area, for sure. So hopefully, Doji, in this coming year, you'll be able to sort of crank out things like all the Eldfall Chronicles stuff and the Takure stuff, and of course, maybe, who knows, work on a diorama too, right, Doji? Because more dioramas, more better. Okay, so this is all of 36 minutes in. I'm not saying, I'm just saying. It's 36 minutes. It's all it has taken. You know what? I will try to get at least a little bit of the Prussian blue into that. Now, where are we at here? Let's get some of that dark out here. We're just sort of trim it away a little bit of the bow wave. Now, Doji, well, I'm guessing you haven't had time. I don't know how many people have seen the War of the Rohirrim movie. Well, it's not that many. It's not that many, so I don't know how long that's going to be in the theaters. And seems like it's going to have kind of Hobbit level of viewing. So I don't know how that impacts a certain company that might have hitched their wagon to said movies there. Yeah, that is not future's not looking spectacular for that movie. Let me get some more of our light here, and now we'll just take advantage of that new stuff we put on there to do some more wet blending. Now, Uncle Trash, if you can outrace your own shadow, that's why we can be older than the earth, older than the stars themselves, because we can outrun everything. If we can outrun that, we can outrun anything. Let me just get back to the indigo here. All right, there you go. Now, I do think some of our pin line got into the depth, but we're going to do some more. And do we have? Yes, we do. We've got that, well, our supercharged burnt umber there. Let's see what happens when we try to rock and roll with that. On the deck here. You can see how we're just touching it like so. How's about we do that over here? Continue. That is some true capillary action right there. to the kernel there. Now we can maybe try to get some even lighter stuff on the water. So we'll work on the water here. We get see how shiny all that is. When that is not shiny anymore, then that means we can get back to working on the. Let me move these guys out of the way here. So we have a whole collection of destroyers here. We also have a cruiser. Since this is not actually Yamato, the Yamato we want to do that as our big old finale, right? So the finale of our IJN, that'll be Operation 10 Go. See, we even have a name for that stream already. Get rid of some of the paint in here. Do I have? Okay, good. All of a sudden I looked over there and I went, do we actually still have some of our fast matte white ready to go? Which we do. Now this here is going to have to actually be not super thin down. I'm just breaking this down because we already have some pretty thin paint sitting on here. Yeah, Tease Whiz, that's why we always have multiple things going on at the same time, right? So we don't have to sit there and, well, do the proverbial watch and paint dry. That's not as fun as it's advertised. Not at all. Now, it's about as fun as being paid to be a professional faller there for the Detroit Lions defense. Again, if they get desperate enough and there's enough injuries, they might just start taking online applications. And then we can all just bulk up. And we don't really have to do much weightlifting. All we got to do is just gain weight so that we occupy more space on the ground. So again, this all of the water effects here, actually did those in the same tutorial vid where we were doing where we were using Elementium. That would be our heavy gloss gel. Try and absorb a little bit more of that glazy stuff there. Again, true pin line action with the oil paints. And none of that fake stuff. This here's genuine capillary action. So again, we've got almost straight up right out of the tube. And this churn texture right here, it's actually there. This is not something that we're painting on. There's actual texture there that we built up with the heavy gloss gel. Let's see, we're 44 minutes in. So as we get further along with this, you're going to get much less reflectivity here. But for right now, you have a lot of freshly applied paint and glazes and such. So those are going to be just bound to be more on the glossy side appearance-wise. Again, doing some more of add some more of this, that lighter stuff and the churn. Let's see if we can get some of these waves up against the hole here. Blending brush. Here it is. You can see all the blue on the end of that brush. That is all just from doing this. And utilizing it as a blending brush. Hey there, Artemichael. So, Artemichael, if you want to post anything in the chat, I know that there's probably been even more frustrations on the grading side of things. Here's hoping that maybe you get a chance to step away from that a little bit to do some kind of painting there. So Artemichael, let's see, what surprises you more, that there were that many or there were that few? I'm going to go with the latter. Yeah, I think you were probably expecting, it's like, wow, this is incredible. Only 13 out of 15 people failed. Again, back to our lighter stuff here. It's a testament to hard work and stick-to-itiveness, right, Artemichael? Let's get some our blending brush going here. Once again. So, Artemichael, I don't know if all of this latest stuff that's going on with MESBG, are you so okay? Well, now I have to, scrap this whole part of this army that I was working on and try somehow to do some new stuff. Or did enough survive? So Minas Morgul will be the new army. I guess that's one of the, well, it's not intact, but it's one of the new armies, I guess. I guess how, in general with the store, because they had that campaign going and all this other stuff, I am guessing that that's all kind of out the window now. Uh, is that a, so that is actually raised right there. So we'll do that. Where did Mr. Blending Brush go? There you are. There you are. Remember, we want to alternate this right from one little mini wave to the next here. So yeah, Artemichael, that again, it works out just fine, because what we were going to be doing here was essentially almost making up a whole new game anyways, right? To make it work with the War of the Ring board game. I actually have to start gathering that stuff up, and actually after the stream tonight, among the 50 or 60 things I got to do after the stream, starting to make build plates using those files. That's one of the things I have to do. Hey there, Valfera. So Valfera, I was kind of hoping that I could maybe get the those Tau ships ready. I was showing if I actually have a whole bunch of destroyers and a cruiser that obviously are all set and ready to go. But once I realized that this was not Yamato here, that this is actually a pre-war version of Musashi, I said, you know what? Let's save. Let's get the actual Yamato, and we'll save that for Operation 10 Go. How does that sound, Valfera? See you later there, Doji. As always, thank you so much for being here. Appreciate that all the time. Here we are. So Valfera, I think I might have sent you pictures of the oh gosh, the Nightmare Before Christmas tree. Right, because there's that advent calendar that I got for Kathy that it's all about the Nightmare Before Christmas characters, but they're all made in ornaments. I think I might have sent you pictures of that, but I'll have to send you some pictures of the Hobbit house. Oh, because that's done. Yes, I printed out the Hobbit house. Well, the giant farmhouse Hobbit house. Yeah, no, it's no regular Hobbit house. So yeah, you can tell right here, this is the dead giveaway, and you can see the pictures down in the lower left and right hand corners. All of this right here, when you see the 1944 versions of these ships, that was all changed for more anti-aircraft stuff. Not that it did any good. So yeah, these midline 8-inch guns there, those were swapped out for more anti-aircraft turrets. Hey there, JD. Hatzers are gonna hats. So a happy, well, it's still a happy Monday here for a little bit. So great to see you there, JD. And of course, JD, I hope that those projects keep going well. Now, there's one image of Musashi in this configuration when it's still basically under construction. And it's a photo that I've certainly seen a bazillion times. So yeah, Arda Michael, at some point, I know in 2025, they're supposed to release the Legend stuff. But again, fortunately, what I had in mind, well, like our Middle Earth, the Middle Earth War at Sea, that is it's gonna be something entirely of our own creation, so it doesn't really rely on anything else, no matter what kind of changes they do. Let me keep going again. This is very unlike pretty much every other country because all of the again those canvas. Let me see. Do we have our? Where's our South Carolina class? That's not it. I think this is it. So yeah, you can see the again the let's see our barrel canvas water guards. They're definitely black. Valfera, I actually Sarge. He also sent me that, and I've I've been trying to for at least actually pretty much the last year. Valfera trying to figure out how to make something like that. Again, since I'm not, I don't really have the electric foo there. I'm not really sure how to do that. The only thing I can think of, Valfera, is potentially finding some kind of file or even taking something and like doing some kind of crude manipulation in a 3D program there, and then printing that out in some kind of well in the clear. Let's see, the Soraya Simple Clear, and then obviously having the red lights in there. That's really the only way I could see me being able to do something like that. I'm sure for other folks, they just oh, you know what, Valfera, I should ask Sectorix to see if he could sculpt something like that. Yeah, I'll have to send him that and say, hey, Sectorix, is there any way you can sculpt that so that it could be printed in clear? Actually, he might be print. He might be willing to print it out in some kind of clear, maybe just clear FDM stuff, because well, the mere challenge of making something like that come alive, where it doesn't exist, Might be very appealing to Sector X. Let's do this here. And then we'll get some of our rusty stuff. This is starting to get a little bit less of a sheen on it here, which means it's not quite as wet as it was. And then we can get into all the stuff on the deck and everything else. But remember, we still have to do some rust and some weathering on this too. I mean, we are only 55 minutes in after all. Now I'm going to start taking this, working that into here. Trying to get some of that on the torpedo blister stuff here. Not that this did any good either. So JD, like the say that the bamboo that I have, and of course I have this thing. I've never used it and probably never will. I just call it the top hat. It actually has 4 spools on it, and the idea is you could put 4 different colors on there, and you could actually print out something that is in color. What it would do is it would print out a certain part of it with, let's say, if it's like you're doing like a Christmas tree or something, it would grab some of the, wherever it's supposed to be green, it'll grab the green spool. Then it'll switch. It'll basically cut off that spool, that filament, and then grab red if it needs to do that. But you can only have those 4 colors going at any one time. Yeah, Valfera, I think I'm just going to have to do something like that. That's what I used to do with Lathan from. Remember, he made all the Wild West Exodus stuff, so that was Burn-In Designs, and we'd be sitting there ready to do a podcast, and I'd say, "Oh man, you know what would be really, really cool? Boy, this would be so fantastic, but man, I'm sure there's no way to do it. That's just totally impossible." And he would get this look on his face, and he would kind of maybe look up a little bit, and you could tell he was thinking, and he said, "Give me a minute. We'll see." So that was how I would always challenge him and say, "Well, there is no way you could possibly there's no way this could ever exist." And that was a challenge. That was throwing down the challenge flag. And usually the next podcast, he'd come along and he'd say, "I got something for you. Take a look at this." And again, just the challenge alone, and of course, Sector X very much has that same kind of mentality of, oh, wait a minute, this doesn't exist. Why doesn't it exist? And can we make something that fills that role? That's why we have these in the first place. Because there's definitely a segment of folks that really like that. They say, okay, fine, challenge me. Make me have to really, really kind of think about how we could do this thing. Let me get. Yeah, I'm gonna grab my lightest stuff here, I think. So JD, the bamboo can do. Was it the ABS? I just use the black matte PLA because all I'm doing is terrain. Now, obviously, as you know, when you get into those other types of filaments, that's going to require a different type of plate, maybe even a different nozzle, or it's going to have a different effect on your nozzle. I don't know if all ABS Valfera is the type that's going to be really rough on a nozzle, but I know somebody in the last stream or last few streams mentioned that they were using. Oh, I think it was actually Sectorix maybe that was using some stuff that tends to be highly corrosive on the nozzle. But I know the folks I did the mural for, he was using not just ABS but like a an extreme form of ABS that was really corrosive on the nozzle and definitely required a different type of build plate. And again, for me, the flat black PLA is fantastic because it it really absorbs the oil paint very well. Yeah, JD, and I don't know, exactly how corrosive it is, but I've been told that some of those can really do a number on your nozzle there. So you can really tell, right? Because these turrets had multiple anti-aircraft mounts on them later in the war. So again, this is very much an early version here of Musashi. It was hard finding pictures of this one. There's tons of pictures, obviously, with that later war, 1944 configuration and such. Yeah, never did do the latest stuff on the barrels back there. And again, remember, we have to come back with some of our rust. You can see there's some of that shiny stuff that's starting to go away there in the deck portion. Even here, I'm able to do a little bit more than I was before. I have no idea actually. Is the does Bamboo still have the sale going on things like the X1 and the P1 and all that? I would imagine so. I don't see why at this point they would drop those, get those not have those not still be on sale. Let me take some of the asphaltum here and some of our indigo and try to not just darken this but also give it more of that weathered tint. So yeah, I'm gonna have to go back to the to Lee McCall's, at least the initial download thing, and see, okay, is there is that a whole different file, that late war version, or are there just multiple versions and I either somehow didn't download them all, or what's going on? So yeah, JD, there's definitely a new some kind of, I'm sure it's a whole new line of printers from Bamboo. For whatever reason, the focus is more on printing with color. Now, I guess they're going to be larger too, but I think that one of the major emphasis, whatever, on these is supposed to be more about printing with color as opposed to just, I guess, really focused more on the size of that build plate. Okay, so now that stands out a little bit more, just like what we have on this side over here. And again, where are we at here? So we are 1 hour, 5 minutes in. That is all. I'm going to try and get the deck color off of this area here. There. Yeah, I gotta go back to some of that darker bluish gray here. I mean, just to kind of give you a little bit of an idea here, this barbette right here on this 8-inch turret, that's close to 100 feet tall over the deck. That's not from the waterline, that's from the deck, pretty much. Which is really insane to think about. Gonna bring this all together here. And then again, pretty soon I'm going to get after this with some of my rust and such. Yeah, Jay, I think a lot of folks, they want to be able to, well, I guess sometimes like maybe kids' toys or something where you would want to just print it up in a few colors, I suppose, whereas obviously we would paint something. There are quite a few, and of course they have the specialty ones that kind of look almost like silk. Then there's the other ones that are almost like interference colors, or as I guess some folks would say, have a color shift effect. Take this, and we've got some items on the deck here that I just want to make darker. We've got some mooring cleats over here. Yep, there's another set of them there. Another set of them over there. So GD, not counting all of these, all of the prepped ones here. Let me see. We got 3, 6, 9, 12, 15, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23. So at least 2 dozen ships there, JD, that are painted across 3 navies now. Now again, I might just get some of the British underwater navy. Might just start doing some of those files next. There's still a whole new U.S. fleet pack that I haven't even done yet. Because there's 2 fleet packs for U.S. and for U.K. and Japan. Still got to get the Kriegsmarine fleet pack and obviously the Regia, or sorry, the Marina Nationale, and there's still more Italian ships. JD, what was there was a treaty ship that we did. Well, Richelieu, that's it. That's one of the ships that I want to get. Obviously, that'll be one of our Marina Nationale. That was a Washington Naval Treaty ship, if you ever saw one. Now, and of course, with the underwater navy, you got Nelson, Rodney, King George V, basically all Washington Naval Treaty era ships. Try to work a little bit of that down into here. I think it's easy if I spin it around this way. Let me do this right here. So yeah, JD, do we have to specifically follow 553 for our British, American, and Japanese fleets? For those that wonder what in the world are these guys talking about, we're talking about the Washington Naval Treaty, pre-war, mid-30s, well, early to mid-30s. It was supposed to prevent basically a battleship construction arm race. So think of it as like a nuclear arms limitation type of treaty. And you could only have X amount of tons of battleships, X amount of tons of total shipping. And that's why you started seeing things like aircraft carriers, because they just weighed a whole bunch less. You also had some countries doing some funny math. Well, yeah, this ship only weighs 35,000 tons with no people on it, no food, no fuel, no ammunition. But it still only weighs 35,000 tons. So JD says that clearly we have done too much construction here. We are in violation of the Washington Naval Treaty. Well, these are only 1/1800 scale, so they weigh less, so we can do more. That's why we can do more of these. And JD, in a classic indication of your phone or whatever is not listening to anything that you say. I was treated to multiple posts today from Victory at Sea, which is the Warlord 1/1800 scale ship game. So that's another thing that we're going to have to get the rules for, because as I think it was Grand Oracle did some research on that, the bases don't mean anything. You are measuring from the bridge. Doesn't matter what kind of bases you have. Hey, there's Sector X. Geez, sorry about that, Velfira. Actually, I have, I've got two things that say your package may be lost. So it looks like you and I both are going to have to be going back and forth on that. So sorry about that, Velfira. Hey, Velfira, would you mind posting the link to that Sauron, Eye of Sauron tree topper there, so that Sector X can take a look at that? And we were wondering, we've been talking probably the last 10 minutes or so. Is there a way to sculpt that? Obviously a digital sculpt, and then print that out in some form of either clear resin or even clear PLA, and basically have an Eye of Sauron illuminated tree topper. So the top of your tree would look like the top of Barad-dûr. And yeah, it's a link that I've been shown multiple times, and I just keep thinking, man, that'd be really, really nifty. So yeah, if you don't mind posting the link to that Valfira, so that Sector X could check it out. So there you go. I think that's it. There we go. Thanks so much, Valfira. Sorry I always put you to work every time you come here. You're either having to send reminder messages or something like that. So appreciate that. Now again, the anti-aircraft batteries were added later, and they were added all over the place. Try to hit this too. Obviously, this doesn't have the radars added to it either. So again, this is very much an early slash pre-war version of Musashi here. So great to see you again there, Sector X. Appreciate you being here. So Sector X, I still have not had a chance to open up that airbrush yet, which arrived, was it yesterday? No, Saturday I think it was. Well, it could have arrived. No, it was definitely Saturday. And they just it was sent by Amazon. That's the hilarious thing, Sector X. Yeah, it didn't come directly from them. It was just from the Amazon fulfillment center. So I was kind of confused. Very much confused by that. So I get more of the really teensy anti-aircraft mounts, and then we'll get into this with some of our rusty colors there. So Sector X, I haven't checked again to see if Bamboo is selling or the whatchamacallits are back in stock, the nozzles. Of course, the ones that I was looking for, they weren't there, which generally means they're out of stock, and when they are back in stock, they'll show up again. Do I want to? I think that's. See, I think some of our stuff is finally starting to set here, so I think I can maybe get into our. Yes, there we go. We couldn't do that a few minutes ago. That basically would have just mixed with whatever pin line wash that we had just put in there. So Sector X, it's been just so crazy. Really, really, really super nuts. Yeah, fine. We'll get some more of this lighter stuff out here too. Now in the references, it also did show back here. We also have some markings back there. Now, of course, there were no air recognition markings, unlike the aircraft carriers. Some of my light on these bits here. Top of that turret there. Boom. Over here. What are we doing? Let me get this port. And believe it or not, while modern as this may look, It really was just an extension of the prototypical pagoda style superstructures. So I mean, it's real when they actually show this next to say Fuso, Kongo, Nagato, and Issei, and it really just kind of looks like a slightly more modern version. Sector X, that you and me both. You and but I'll shoot you a message about stuff after the stream there. Because tomorrow will be kind of a significant day here in Wapoville, so we'll see how that's gonna go. We're getting some of our lighter stuff here now on the hull. Let's carry that all the way back here. Nope, nope, nope. That is not what we're looking for there. We'll get rid of that and try this again. We'll try that over here. Now on the deck here, I might actually here. Let me take this brush, some of the asphaltum here, and then we'll just kind of almost dry brush a little bit more of our darker wood color on there. Nope, nope, back here. There. Let's see, so Valfira. Now for sure, this is going to disappear. There is a little surprise thing though that I want to try. Hey there, Ringbolt. Nice to see you. Thank you so much, Ringbolt. Welcome back. I hope that you're doing really well. Now let's see how this looks, Valfira. Man, oh man, that when that deck color disappears, and there's not much of it, right, Valfira? That's still very much a muted color there. Let's welcome in, well, speaking of things of different shades of gray, let's welcome in Shady Crafties. Thank you so much, Shady. Appreciate that raid. Everybody, please give Shady Crafties a follow. Yeah, Velfira, and there's something else I want you to see after we take care of our raiders here. I think you'll enjoy this particular film noir. So what are we painting here? We are painting one of our 1800 scale ships. This is part of our IJN here. Here's some previous ones that we've done. These are all painted with oil paints. We've got Akagi, we have Nagato. I have Kaga in my hand right here. So these are all 3D printed. And as you can see, the wave effects, those are sculpted. That's not just painted on. Let me show you one here that we haven't painted yet. So, yeah, when I hold it like that, oh, you can see the wave texture there. So that was all sculpted on, and now we're painting it. 1 hour 23 minutes ago, well, this looked just like this. It was there was no paint on there. We are just almost at about the moment where we can start to add maybe a little bit of our weathering flavor. Now here is this is the Unicorn class. That's the Montana class never built, and that is in comparison to your well, this is actually early war Musashi right here. So not Yamato, but early war Musashi, and we've done a whole bunch of U.S. ships. What do I hold in my hand? But Enterprise, the hero ship of all hero ships, right there. Now this is part of what we call Armada Mondays. So Shady, if you want to post anything in the chat, please go right ahead. We've also painted some of these. Actually, the last 2 weeks we've been painting some Necron Battlefleet Gothic ships, and we've actually painted 4 28mm scale ships. This is just one of them. And again, that was for our Corsairs of Umbar. And well, we've also painted even larger ships. But where's the original Armada? So these are from Mantic. We've got some more of them here. Where are they at? Where are they hiding? There's some of the elf ships, some of the Basilean ships, and then this is a whole kind of a variety pack here. I think we've done about 30 of those type of ships. Now, I believe our last stream was this here. It's somewhat different. Yeah, that's a little different. Oh no, we were painting some goblins. That's right. On our this was our Friday stream then. But yeah, we're painting a bunch of goblins with some fiery OSL. Oh, here you go, Valfira. This is what I wanted you to see. So this is the video that we're going to be uploading and putting up on the Patreon page. But I want to see what happens with a little film noir on this. So, wow, that escalated quickly, right, Valfira? Man, all of that is pretty much. I mean, okay, you got some of your later stars, but you certainly lose. Look at that. Very different. I mean, there's just that literally goes away. That is practically gone once we do our film noir on that. Film noir never gets old, does it, Valfira? It never really does. Let me go back to that little bit of that kind of dry brushy stuff we were doing with the asphaltum here. So again, Shady, thank you so much for the raid. Appreciate that. Again, we're just getting this a little bit darker, then we'll come back with some of our lighter tones. No problem there, Valfira. No problem. Appreciate you being here, Valfira, and thank you so much, Grand Oracle. So, Grand Oracle, I don't know if you saw that little film noir that we just did with the latest thing that we're going to be posting. So, this is a pre-war Musashi, Grand Oracle. And this is the dead giveaway right here. Because that ain't supposed to be there, right? That's supposed to be a whole passel of anti-aircraft guns. Also, too, notice there's none on the turrets either. So there's probably about 50 to 60 anti-aircraft guns of various types that are missing on this thing. I'll see you later, Shady. Thanks so much for being here, and thank you so much for the raid. Again, if you did want to post anything before you have to head out for some shut-eye, and believe me, I understand that. I understands that. But yeah, you want to post anything real quick, like, please go ahead. So Valfira, that was the Romulan ale. So that's that Mountain Dew that I thought was going to be purple, like our blackberry ginger ale. Instead, it's like as bright blue as this. And then when I put the rum in there, it turned green. I was not expecting that. I thought it would just be darker. Oh no, it turned green. But that is to prevent sleep streaming, because the likelihood of sleep streaming is significant given the all-nighter that we did Saturday into Sunday. Let me get. There we are. It's like there gotta be some of my rusty stuff sitting around here somewheres. Oh, by the way, this is the same palette that I was using on that video last night. So, Grand Oracle, I hope that I hope this week is gonna be a decent one for you. Not too much craziness. Definitely want to get some of our darker stuff here. Let me get into these little turret recesses here. So this is some of our darkest kind of rust slash weathering stuff. We're certainly going to get these mooring cleats up here. There's a ton of them up there. Hey, Three Geese, nice to see ya. So welcome back, Three Geese. I hope that your Tuesday is off to a smashing start. Well, maybe not a smashing start if you have to commute somewhere. That would be less ideal than you might think. So yeah, depending on if you have to commute, hopefully not a smashing start. Yeah, Grand Oracle, I know this is supposed to be, would you say that this is like your best Grand Oracle slash hobby time in, oh, I don't know, maybe a year plus or a year and a half? So nice to see you there, Elite. So, Elite, happy Tuesday. I hope that you're, well, now it's more like about afternoon, so hopefully everything there goes fantastic. JD, oh gosh, what was, oh, it was, I forget what the flavor of Kool-Aid it was, but needless to say, oh, a blueberry, blueberry, yes. So that was the, and they got, was it Frankenberry or something like that? Yeah, there was a blueberry version of that called Blueberry, and let's just put it this way: you had to remember that you had eaten some of that, otherwise you would think that you had. Well, let's put it this way: the next day after eating it, you might think that you had been eating something that was radioactive, based on some of the colorations that you would find. So yeah, if you want to freak somebody out, get them to eat some blueberry, and they'll be like, "Wait, what's going on here?" Yeah, you look like you're very much in the neighborhood of Chernobyl or 3 Mile Island. So what is what is that stuff called again? It's the stuff that literally does taste like sewage, and it's something that people will kind of sabotage folks with. They'll say, "Oh, have you ever had this before?" And people say, "No, no, I haven't had that." It's not Merlot. It's it begins with an M, I think, and that stuff is essentially raw sewage. Let me try to get again. We're doing some of our darker, kind of rusty type stuff here down on our hull. Where's that mooring cleat? Well, we'll hit this first. Same over here on the starboard side. I think, yeah, we can still use this as a blending brush here. So yeah, I forget what that is called. It's some kind of, I mean, it is nasty, nasty stuff. And basically, it's something that it's almost like a practical joke. Although there's some people that will drink this and they actually enjoy it somehow. I think it was so traumatizing just tasting it one time that I've forgotten what it's called. It's that bad. So Three Geese, thanks, thanks as always for being here. Appreciate you coming back. Oh, let me see, 1 hour 34 minutes ago, our early war Musashi here. Well, it had no paint on it. It was a paint-free object. Try to darken some of this down back here, and now let's get to back to our rusty color here. little bit more of our Mars red slash Terra Rosa down in here. And we'll have to get some of our lighter deck texture in here too. JD, I'm thinking, what was it? The Romans had this. I think it was called Garo. There was like a fish sauce or something. It was essentially a condiment that they would put on everything. And I believe, as far as just what it smells like, it's pretty much like 200-year-old Vegemite mixed with raw sewage and other forms of toxic waste, and that was a delicacy for them. And I believe it was called Garo. Oh, Garo, there we go. See, three cheese knows, and three cheese. As you can imagine, like I was just saying, the lovely fragrances of it, that making it, they couldn't make it close to population centers. Yeah, elite, kind of like that stuff. Uh, there was a documentary. They were basically they were on a ship there in the Adriatic, I think it was, and they had a bucket of that at the stern because they were trying to make their own. Needless to say, nobody went within 30 yards of that thing, which meant everybody was hanging off the front of the boat because they wanted no part of that stuff. So Electrical Trash says that he's been watching Tasting History on YouTube twice, and or on YouTube, and it's trashed Garum a couple of times. So yeah, that is that this is a cuisine channel after all. This is usually not our focus on the cuisine channel. This is the stuff that's of a nasty uh, nature like this. But we also, it's what is it? It's all about informing and educating. I'm still trying to remember what the heck the name of that nasty stuff is that people will have you drink just, and they'll have this kind of matter of fact look on their face, and then as soon as you drink it, then you know that they start staring at you because they want to see your reaction. That's what it's all about. And their goal pretty much is to have you laying on the floor. Now let me try to get something here. Get some of our lighter. So we're going to take this. We're going to take our ice blue that is mixed with our, oh yeah, a little bit of our umber over here. And now we're going to start getting some of our lighter deck texture on here. So yeah, it begins, I'm pretty sure it begins with an M. And it's definitely alcohol. And what they do is they'll pour you a glass of it, and you're thinking that it's some kind of normal stuff, and it begins with an, and I just can't remember what it's called. And it essentially is raw sewage, battery acid, and some garum all rolled into one. And I cannot remember the name of it because probably just the thought of it is so traumatizing. I don't even want to think about it. That's it. My lord, that's the stuff. Again, if you wish to never want to consume anything again, just come near that stuff. That stuff is brutal. I have no idea how that continues to be made. Because basically, you don't taste it right away, it's all in the aftertaste. And you are willing to just use almost anything to flush that out to get rid of the aftertaste. So yes, that dreaded thing. Do not let anybody convince you to drink that stuff because they will be all innocent about it. Ironically enough, there's three geese. One of the cats that I used to have to pet sit all the time. Well, these folks they named all of their cats after various beverages, and one of them was named Sambuca. That was Sammy. That was a cat that I used to play hockey with. Well, the cat would basically sit there almost like a hockey goalie, and I would shoot the little triangle footballs, except horizontally instead of vertically, and they would just like sail towards like a hockey puck, and Sammy could just whack those one at a time. Say hello to three geese's cat. So yeah, Sammy would get so upset when I would start packing things up because that meant we were leaving. That I actually had to start packing things up like a little bit at a time days before we left, and even that was still not stealthy enough. And Sammy absolutely loved playing hockey. Also fetch. More of that ice blue mixed into the little bit of our Mars yellow deep. I'll lighten up this deck over here a little bit more too. And now we're getting somewhere. We probably need to get some lighter wave stuff going on up here. Let me just take a look at Kaga here, and that'll tell me. Yep, okay. Yeah, I get a little bit lighter there. Oh, I'm going to put some of our deeper colors back into our waves over here. Almost forgot about that. Let's get to that here. Yeah, here, let me just get paint out of this here. And this will all be done kind of basically like a dry brush type fashion here. How's about we welcome back Bearded Celt? How you doing there, Celt? Great to see you. Everybody please give Bearded Celt a follow. So Bearded Celt, thank you so much for the raid. Yep, it's Armada Monday again. And this is not Yamato. This is pre-war Musashi. Again, you can tell this is the classic giveaway right here. The minor giveaway is lack of anti-aircraft guns out here and up here, but that part of the citadel there is supposed to be surrounded by anti-aircraft guns, which all we got there are two 8-inch mounts. So yeah, this is a pre-war Musashi, and of course, it's all part of our. I think we got almost. This is our 25th or 26th ship that we painted. Let's see, Italian fleets, U.S. fleet, And now we're working on our Japanese fleet. We've also, the last couple of weeks, been painting Necron Battlefleet Gothic ships, ironically enough, sculpted by the same person that did these. Yeah. So, Bearded Kilt, if you want to share anything in the chat, please go ahead and do that. Now we have, oh, here's what this looked like 1 hour 45 minutes ago. You can see the waves sculpted on there, so they aren't just painted on there. They're actually, you can see they're raised here, just like you can see on this here. So this is that's what this thing looked like less than 2 hours ago. And Bearded Kilt, I was showing folks, this is the latest tutorial video here that I was just filming. Well, I think I was still filming this at 6 o'clock this morning, but that's a 3D print. Speaking of ships there, it's a little Eldar grav tank right there. So this is that was like a 2 hour video. We're going to be doing part 2 on that. That's right, Bearded Kilt. Sorry about that. Well, we do have. This is what we'll be painting on Thursday. Is more of these. Speaking of Christmas time, there. Let's see. This was our. I think you saw these, right, Bearded Kilt, on Thursday. Our painting Mimas and Neptune, and of course, where's here we go. There's Ganymede and Callisto. So those were super fun. And this was one of our latest streams. I think this is our Friday stream right here. Yeah, this guy. So a little Tone King's fun. Some little touch of object source lighting there. Well, Bearded Kilt, I hope that all the Christmas stuff is going well, because needless to say, I have a whole ton of Christmas present type things to do. Holy smokes. So many of them. Let me get, there we are. Some of this. Some of this here. More of our, again, a little bit of weathering going on here. So everybody please give Bearded Kilt a follow. I gotta get back to some of my later stuff. Yeah, let's maybe see. Oh, we do have, no, I gotta put some fast mat white out here, because we need some straight up new fast mat white. Oh, that's fantastic, Bearded Kilt. Alright, we'll do that. Now we're going to do this. I'm just going to start breaking down some of this fast mat white here. There's a bunch of different places we need it. Also in some of our waves too. So thank you so much, Bearded Kilt. Appreciate you being here. Appreciate the raid, and hope that work goes very quickly. You get on out of there, and you get a chance to get some shut eye. So again, please give Bearded Kilt a follow. Follows are fabulous. Also, they are free. Here we are. Wow, that is... I know there'd be a little bit of a difference. There's a decent amount of difference there. We're adding this lightest light to the barrels. Of course, 18-inch guns, largest ever on any ship. Didn't really matter. Even when it fired them at destroyers. Because the shells just went right through. Here, let me Patch a little bit up there on some of the masts. Yeah, as I'm painting this, I'm like, there's a bunch of stuff missing on here. And then when I found and there's not many of them. There's not many early war version or references of this and of Musashi here. So Citrix, like I said, I haven't had a chance to open up the box of the new airbrush because I want to definitely want to have some kind of at least unboxing photos of it. Among the bazillion things I got to do tomorrow, hopefully that will be one of them. Get yeah, a little bit more of this. Whoops, wait a minute, let me try to get some of these little cleats, mooring cleats on the deck. So all this here with their aircraft catapults at the stern. So the 18-inch guns, they would lob shells at such a distance that the spotter aircraft were not just meant for finding enemy ships, they were actually meant to do as spotting aircraft because it went so far over the horizon that they actually needed the aircraft to help kind of work with the triangulation if they were going to fight at the full intended combat range of the 18-inch guns. So that's why this is so elaborate back here. I mean, I think the only other ship pretty much you're going to see something that elaborate is Issei. So we're making our turn back here even later. Like so. There we are. More of it back here. Somewhere I got me my blending brush. Where you hiding? We'll use you. Finally, all of the glaze stuff that ended wandering back here, that's finally gone. And we can get down to some of this lighter light tone back here on the stern. Blending brush again. There's some, there we are. We still have to get that darker stuff. You know what? Oh, that's what we wanted to do. That is another thing we wanted to get is up here. In our regular water, we needed to lighten this up just a teensy bit here. To have a few waves going on. And then we're just going to take that and blend that so it's not quite so ragged. Let's get back into some of these smaller waves right here. Blending brush. And you can see some of these, they go all the way out to the edge here. Some of them don't at all. and as irregular as possible. That going all the way again out to the edge there. And I'm gonna, yeah, just get some of that paint out of here. Let me break out Kaga here, and again, that's what we want to do is some of that darker stuff right there. Some of this Prussian blue, some of that phthalo green. And like we're just talking about, not everywhere, or maybe about every third set of waves here. So Elite, yeah, Saturday can't get here soon enough. Cannot get here soon enough. It's going to be fantastic. It all begins. Actually, there's a game on Friday. That's right. I think, yeah, Friday night, I believe, is in South Bend with Indiana versus Notre Dame. Of all things, we don't just have a college playoff game in December. Actually, that could be, I don't know about snow, but it could be on the chilly side for these games. Pretty sure the Ohio State game might just be in snow. And Elite, given that game with the 49ers and the Chargers, where a few little raindrops basically meant that neither team could function on the field, that's where. Remember, I was talking about fair weather teams. Yeah, neither one of those teams had any clue on how to operate in a few little raindrops. There was also talk about some people saying that, well, the Buffalo should just put a temporary shield on top of their stadium so that Josh Allen can score 45 points a game. Yeah, this sports report brought to you by the Wappelville Sports Network. Remember, in our last stream, Recoil was providing updates on the cricket test match number 3 between India and Australia. Of course, Elite is our ringside sumo reporter. We cover all sports here on the Wappelville Sports Network. Drop some of this down over here. Carve away a little bit of those. That way, okay, I think we've got that just about where we want it. Nah, that's a little too dark. Let's go back a little bit down. There we go. Touch of that over here. I'm right. Yeah, let me get back to my later stuff here. Let me get back to that. Fast matte white. This was another wave that kind of got caught up in that Where our glaze just started getting down into this. Yeah, we need to do that right here. We have a whole nother little wave right there that's missing. Let me make sure that that is as dry as possible, and then we'll do our blending brush there. Hey there, Hook. Happy Tuesday. Thanks for coming back. Appreciate you being here like always, Hook. And Hook, I am hoping that your Tuesday is going well. We decided not to say we hoped it was going off to a smashing start because too many people might actually be commuting at the time. So we'll just say we hope it's a fantabulous Tuesday for you. Well, Hook, I'm glad that you can finally get a chance to relax there. And again, here's hoping that your Tuesday is going to be a whole lot better. And here's hoping that the build up to the holidays is also going to be not too stress filled, not too stressful for anybody really. Getting some of that light right up there on that hole, going to the edge there. I'm also going to have to put my our dark color along here. I might even do that now. Give some of this stuff a chance to set because that's going to determine a lot what this stuff looks like. So yeah, let me basically trying to remove that little bit of a distraction there. I think we're just going to use this here brush. So let me get some of the asphaltum out of there. Yeah, let's do that. This is not our blackest black by any stretch of the imagination. However, it does stick a little bit better than the Stuart Simple version. And it means that we can, well, use the Stuart Simple version later on in the process. Okay, let me move this all over here. Boy, Hook, I think last stream you were talking about you laid claim to at least one room there because you said, well, I'm the first one in, so I lay claim to this. You're like, this is mine, this is mine. So hopefully, also too, there's been a lot of weird. I think there's probably been some weird weather you've had to go back and forth through. Because it does seem like that area has really been the bullseye of some wild weather and such the last 3 weeks or so. And I mean, pretty much everything from the Gulf Coast all the way up to Nova Scotia there. There we go. And hopefully, Hook, when you go back up there, I guess, oh, you're the one that those drones must be looking for. That's it. That's who's flying those drones. That's your mom just making sure that you're not claiming too much up there. So that's who's been. Now we just solved a huge nationwide mystery where all the New Jersey drones are coming from. It's all because of Hook's mom. So everybody that's been worried about the source of those drones, whether it's a foreign agent or an alien agent or something like that, it's just Hook's mom trying to keep tabs on him. That's the next place they're going to show up, Hook. Yeah, they started out in New Jersey, just keeping eyes on you, but now they're going to be heading down to Tennessee. They've got eyes on you now all the time. Okay, that makes a big difference here, especially up here. See, that's even darker than our water there. Boy, Sictorix, again, sorry I didn't get a chance to shoot you too many messages today. Today was just one of those kind of days. So fire away there, 3 geese. Fire away. I'm going to try to drop in. Oh, there's a whole bunch of portals here. They're still pretty good to go on the port side. The ones on the starboard side are always going to get a little jinky because that's where the supports end up. So 3 geese. Well, obviously with our oil paints here, it's always less is more, and more is way too much, and thick over thin, and vice versa. But even with acrylics, I really didn't do. It wasn't all that different. I was using very large brushes and usually kind of almost starting out. Well, I called it the shaded base coat. With the oils, we call it pre-glaze. But yeah, I would just kind of hammer some generalized colors on there and then work out the details later. But you don't want to, you don't necessarily have to have everything just be one glaze after another, but having too much paint piled on there, whether it's oils or acrylics, generally not the best idea. And of course, with the oils, we really don't do the layering sort of stuff, right? We're not doing layers. Hashtag no layers. We need. Let me get rid of some of that decor right there. Need that barbette to be lighter. So, okay, good. Here's some of our gray. And again, just to kind of give you an idea here, this barbette to the top of the turret's probably about 100 feet high. And again, that's not from the water line. That's from, that might just be from the deck. I mean, from the water line for sure, because, well, here we go. Where is Essex? That is where you hide. That's, there you are. Because pretty much from that gun emplacement to the water, I think that was 93 feet or something like that. So yeah, it's definitely 100 plus feet from the water. And again, these are all 1/1800 scale ships. 3D printed from Lee McCall, so I think it's called Coco's Models. Yeah, I think that's the name, and it's My Mini Factory. So now all of that stuff has been lightened up a little bit. That was just way too much with the dark there. And of course, 3 geese, if you've got things like those, the Reaper Bones type miniatures, those are, whether you're working in oils or acrylics, nice thing about those is you have tons of them. They were usually just pennies on the dollar. So if you test things out, if it doesn't go exactly the way you want, it's no big deal because it wasn't. It's not like one of your prized miniatures. So again, if things maybe didn't work out exactly the way you wanted, it's not that much, not that big of a tragedy. And of course, people they don't really know what it was you were trying to maybe do on a given miniature. So if it doesn't necessarily work out the way you had envisioned it, it's not a huge big deal because well nobody really knows what you were trying to do unless you tell them. So they're none the wiser. They'll just like whatever it is that you actually did and not again be unaware of what it was you weren't able to do. I know a lot of folks tend to be their own worst critics. It's kind of a natural thing, but you don't want that to spoil your painting experience. What we want over here is some more like right in there. Possibly even on this bar bat here. Again, that's one of the 8-inch turrets. It's just hilarious to see essentially cruiser guns in this secondary armament that just kind of look like the 5.1-inch mounts that were on the U.S. ships in terms of secondary mounts. Let me snag a little bit of this right here again, just putting a little bit of light on the portals. So we're trying to do this on the port side too. Just taking care of starboard for this for the moment here. Get these guys. And what do we ask? So we have 2 hours, 15 minutes ago. There was no paint on here whatsoever. There's a bit of extra paint and I gotta get rid of some of that. We'll just deposit that elsewhere here. Now maybe try to go back to our anchor and these portals here. Let's hit these. Like so. We have all along the hull right here. Tons of these. More here. Yep, more here on the stern. Now I gotta deposit some of that elsewhere just to get rid of some of the extra. And we'll do those. Try and make some lighter stuff here on the bridge and the superstructure. Also, I'm going to try and the edge of this turret here and the turret ring. So Cheese Whiz, I don't know if you're referring to the secondary mounts. So these are 8-inch guns here. The main battery is 18 inches, biggest that ever ended up on a ship. Now the German H-class ships, I'm pretty sure they wanted to have, I think they wanted to have 19-inch guns on those. But the H class was never built, and even the Montana class, that was just going to continue with 16-inch guns. Difference is there was going to be 12 of them. So you're going to have 4 triple mounts instead of the Iowa class, and it's 3 triple mounts. So that was going to be the biggest difference between, again, the Montana and the previous Iowa slash New Jersey classes. And as far as crew goes on the Yamato slash Musashi, I think it was that was 2,300. Now Shinano, that was obviously an aircraft carrier conversion, and I still have to get that file. So yeah, I still have to get Shinano. So basically, they took the hull. It was supposed to be basically a third ship of the Musashi slash Yamato class, and they started running short of carriers real quick in 1942. So they changed that around, and it sort of was the worst of all worlds, and it did not last very long. I think within a matter of hours of leaving port, that thing was sunk. I'm not even sure if it launched a single aircraft, even in training. Did I get... Nope, I didn't get the angle in the turret right here. Even here you can see there's no hashtag no layers. You can see that was just basically one color that we slapped on there, and that is it. Let me get this too. Right there. Let me take a little quick look see here. See if I need to get more of a greenish tint. I'm gonna try to get a little bit more of a greenish tinge in our water there, which I mean no big deal. We'll just get some of our phthalo green in there. I'll maybe use this here brush. Phthalo green. Very much a dry brush, of course. You know what? Let me get a little radiant green into that too. Oh, there we go. You know what? Touch more of that radiant green. That's what was missing, just a little bit here. In fact, now it's just mostly becoming dry brushing with the radiant green. Which we'll do back here. Again, letting that, well, even using this as a bit of a blending brush now. Any later with that? I did just chuck a little bit of thinner on that brush. Because, let me extend this further. Bit more of that white in there. Now the thinner is pretty much being, we're compensating for that as far as our ability to do some dry brush here. So yes, Musashi, I believe it was it 19 bomb hits, 17 torpedo hits. The mistake made when attacking Musashi was that, well, they basically uh, did their torpedo runs from both sides, and they learned their lesson on that. And when it came to Yamato, they coordinated the torpedo runs to overwhelm as much as possible on one side. Because if you shoot torpedoes into both sides at once, you're effectively doing the counter flooding for them. So best to again just overwhelm one side of the ship and effectively do a Barham slash Oklahoma. And Barham is one of the British underwater Navy ships that we'll be doing when we start getting our hands on those ships. Let me do, yeah, a little bit more there. I think I need to, let me try this brush here. This might be the way to approach making that a tiny bit lighter. Again, very much a draw. You can see all that darker color there, so we're gonna grab some of our lighter stuff here. Try that again. That's what we needed there. And now I can come back maybe with some of my rust effects here. And so let me get this. I don't want my monitor cord to get unplugged here like it did that one time. Well, no, it happened twice. First time I had no idea why the monitor was suddenly going to turn itself off. Back to this brush, back to some of the asphaltum and some of that Mars red. Because we have this on the starboard side, we just need some of it here on our port side. Definitely gonna do that where we have the mooring cleats. Do we have another one up here? Let me get a little bit of that Mars yellow deep into this, so now we have maybe a somewhat lighter rust color for back here. Also, too, there might have been a marking here on the aft deck. I think that, okay, I can use this reference here. Okay, nothing earth-shattering here. I think even just doing my rusty stuff there will kind of create the reddish color that I needed here anyway. So obviously this is the elevator here, your hangar, your aircraft hangar is down here. And as noted, you will, when I show you Issei here, you'll see a similar thing, right? In its late war configuration. Again, there's your aircraft deck back there. That very odd battle carrier configuration that they tried to use, which they even considered with some of the Iowa class ships. Kentucky, Illinois, they hadn't been finished yet. They thought, well, maybe we'll just modify him into something like that. Because by then it was pretty clear you could have all the ships you wanted surface ship wise. If you didn't have air power to go along with it, that was essentially a big old sitting duck. Cheese Whiz, that is why, well, that's why I went to bolt action after Age of Sigmar happened. And because, well, you can't just say, well, this army doesn't exist anymore, like they just did with MESBG. So that was the stability of the lore is definitely there for bolt action, no doubt about it. Even when you do hypothetical stuff like, say, Operation Unthinkable or Operation Sea Lion or whatever, those are documented. So even those, you're not just pulling them out of nowheres. We know what the plans for those were. So, okay, now we've got us a little bit more of that rusty stuff going on. Again, we don't want it to be a big old rust bucket there. We'll add a little something there. Hey, there's surface tension. Great to see there's surface tension. And again, glad that you were able to get those done. And of course, if you want to share those in the chat, please go ahead. Now, I was tempted to actually try and paint the it was that Chinese junk. What I might do on our next, I think it would be our last Armada Monday before Christmas there, is I was actually going to see if I had no luck. I did do a cursory search for these wooden one. Oh, that's right. I was going to order those on Amazon. I actually have two different, I have flat plastic ones and I have the flat wooden ones because I can't find either one. So everybody please check out that link that's surface tension just shared. Some fabulous oil painted miniatures. So again, everybody please check those out. Let me see. Yeah, so I haven't had no luck in finding those whatsoever. One sec. Oh, that just, oh well. That wasn't supposed to happen. 1 second here. Let me get this thing picked up. Here, let me move this over here where it's going to be maybe a little bit safer. So everybody please be like Cheese Whiz and check out all that fun stuff that surface tension just shared. More of our, yep, a bit more of a rust up here. Well, again, just general weathering. Nothing terribly fancy here. And I'm going to try to get me some lighter stuff on this deck here. Not sure if it's going to work, but let me see. Taking some of the ice blue, we were going to mix that with the Mars Yellow Deep here. Is that going to be light enough? Well, I can't really go much lighter than that. So if not light enough, I'll have to just, well, start doing some darker shading on that then. Try some of that over here. Bring that further. Well, I guess we're going to have to get some thinner on there. I don't want so much thinner on there that it's just going to sink down into all the crevices there. Tough little balancing act there. You know what? Let me do something darker on these, then we'll come back with our lighter stuff on these. That's just the easiest way to do that. So again, everybody please check out that that was that Mastodon link there. It's on Instagram. It's Mastodon. Check that out. Again, that's by Surface Tension. Let's see. Darken this. Yeah, I need to get the separation between that turret, that barbette, and then we need to get our... No, that was too much. Need a little more of that dark over here. Going to do a bit more clean up here on this port side. Yeah, this is where a lot of the supports are, so it's just gonna have more of an effect over here, make it a little bit rougher. Because if I try to sand away any support knobs there, I might also be sanding away some of the texture there too. You know what, I'm gonna go back to a bit of a mid tone up here, just to mask some of the... Yeah, there's a little bit of a texture showing up there. We're gonna get rid of that. Okay, and now we're gonna try and get some of the lighter stuff on these portals here. Let's see if we can make that happen. Yeah, we'll work with this. Now that's our ice blue. Throw that over here. Nope, that's going to be way too thick. I need at least a little thinner on there. Let's try this again. And see how we're holding the brush nowhere near the fingers, nowhere near that metal ferrule. We need a super light grip too. And whether it's acrylics or oils, you really do want a lighter grip on the brush, but Jesus, especially with the oils, because you need a nice soft touch when you're applying the paint to it. And as you can see, most of the time, we're either doing a glaze or we're doing some kind of feathery dry brush kind of a stroke on here. We're not really doing the usual, right, piling on of paint acrylic style, layer by layer. Hey there, Ink Onies, how you doing? So happy Tuesday there, Ink Onies. Cheese Whiz, it's interesting because now Neither one of them has played a game in a while. So I guess in some ways, Oregon, that was them being in a conference championship game, kept them from kind of languishing too long. It kind of, to me, it depends what the weather is going to be like in the shoe on Saturday. If it's going to be a snow globe, then I think that is not something Tennessee is used to dealing with. So I think that would definitely be advantages to Bucky in a big way. So in Ghani's, that'll be Thursday. And I think in Ghani's, you saw the ones that we painted on the last Thursday stream, right? We painted Mimas and we painted Neptune. But, well, for me, well, now it is Tuesday here too, but Mondays are Armada Mondays. So that, as you know, that means painting up some ships. Now let me restore this here. We kind of wiped that away. 1 second here. Nope, that is our oil paint there. And I think the sun will definitely be one of the ornaments that we're going to be painting on Thursday. Possibly Saturn if I can get the plastic card going and make the rings on it. So we might do that. Alright. So there, we just had to fix that a little bit. I do think for actually our next Monday, I was going to try and paint a sailing, maybe some sailing scenes on some ornaments. Normally we do Lord of the Rings stuff, but I think that would be like the 22nd, right? Monday? No, it'll be the 23rd, yeah, next Monday. So I think we will be painting some sailing ship themed ornaments. It's a mythical object, surface tension. It's a completely fictional, mystical object that doesn't actually exist. Well, at least not for you. It sort of does for us. Maybe once every 3 or 4 calendar years. Catch, there we are. Some more light on the undersides of these portals here. Also, on the edge of that barbette there, also up here. Well, got to do that again. Yeah, surface tension, most scientists, of course, in Wales, they contest the existence of such an object because obviously there's any recorded records of the appearance of that celestial object are from so long ago. The veracity is certainly to be questioned, right? So thank you so much for being here, Cheese Whiz. Actually, Cheese Whiz, speaking, I know what's on the 22nd. That would be the Council of Miniature Painters. Yeah, that's on the 22nd. So hopefully see you there, Cheese Whiz, too. And until then, have yourself a fantastic week. But most likely see you on the Thursday stream before that. Put some more of that here. I need to rotate this there. Okay, now I can get to that. Also on the stack here, we need a little something there. Oh, and on the mast. That's still just our initial early dry brush stuff there. What are we working on with this? This isn't that. Yeah, that wing mount there. We gotta get a couple little something lighter down here. That's a little too dark. So let me go to this. I need something around that. Okay. Hopefully that not too light. And speaking of later, let me grab this. Also here, I think, yeah, those are more portals there. We'll try to tack on a little more of our light. Oh yeah, here on this elevator. Just a little bit there. This anchor chain up here. I'm going to try and catch a couple more lights on the top of that too. Didn't quite go. I'm going to get rid of that. You know what? I'm going to actually get the bow here a little bit lighter. Actually, that chrysanthemum we need to get a little bit of goldish color in that one. We'll start off with the Mars Yellow Deep. Do I have any? Okay, I do have some fast matte weight here. Nope, that is just too much junk on that brush. We need to get rid of some of that. Let's try this again. Right in there. Couple little more lights here on the bow in front of that. That is some of our umber. It's going to go underneath this. The anchor here, just going to try to make some little rust, but not too much. There we go. Needed to fade the edge of that a little. Now over here, I see we have to get back to our, we're missing some of our water right there on that bow. We're going to get some of our fast matte white. On this I need to put some new stuff. I'm just going to put some new fast matte white out there. Again, that's the stuff from Gamlin right here. that over here. There we go. And again, on the bow here, I can see we're missing a little bit of our right in there. And then also up here. One more. Here, let me try and get this nice little blob of it here on the brush. Filled it. There we go. So one little hole in there that I needed to get that filled in. There's another one back here. Yep, this wave too. That one just got darkened down too much. Still have a blending brush here. And then that kind of goes all the way again to the edge here. You can see it's very uneven, irregular as much as possible, of course. I think I'm gonna make this one a little bigger. Yeah, that's another one of our sculpted waves there, and then back to my blending brush here. So we kind of just took away some of the edges of that we had to do. I think I'm also, yeah, I'm going to try and get a little more of our extreme light here again. That's actually sculpted in. That is not just painted on. You can, there you go. So you can see, and even here back in the by the stern there, it's actually sculpted. We're not just stippling in some paint color there. Back to it here. A little more. All right. And the primer that we used on all it was a combination of the black Stylo-Res and the Liquitex Prussian blue ink. And that's pretty much what we've been doing for all of these. And that's something that we've done on the Patreon page, is kind of feature that mix of taking the primer and mixing it with something like say a Liquitex or Green Stuff World ink, and effectively making your own primer color. Because why not? No reason not to. No, I'm not going to use you. I'm going to... There it is. This is the one here. That's the one we need. So here's another wave that I sculpted over here that I just thought, well, you know what, we should make this one stand out a little more. Okay, yeah, that you can really see how that stern gets separated nicely from the waves. There's some anti-aircraft barrels there that certainly could use some lighter stuff on them. a lot of what we do is going to be just maybe more edge definition. Ah, yeah, see here on the stack, we certainly could use some right there. On the hole over here, that might be too late. Let me see what happens. Yeah, this is on that starboard side where all of the support nubs are going to be. And hopefully that wasn't too late. I don't think so. No, it's about the same as what we got over here. He did. Now that that dark has had a chance to set on these things, there's another couple back here. Try to lighten up the ends of these barrels. Maybe a little something on these catapults here. So again, these are 3D printed from Coco's models. We've got our light under that. Some of these birds I might come back with my dark and get some maybe separation in between them. So some Van Dyke Brown here, I think. Right there. And that, yeah, now those, because there's supposed to be two of them there, it just looks like one giant blob. That's another, whoops, okay, that went a little bit too far down. We have to go back up here. All right. I think that's another signal light up there that needs to be made with a sharper edge. These viewfinders right here, just the viewfinders alone, those are probably the size of a small car right there. Because each of these single turrets here basically weighs around 3,000 tons. So weighs about the size here. One of these destroyers weighs about the same as that one turret there. I'm going to try and lighten up a couple of the portals here on the starboard side. And then might even try to do some more of the little kind of rust coming down off of them. A little bit of weathering. I mean, it's the same thing with, well, vehicles. If you do too much of it, it will just effectively create a rust bucket. That's not certainly the look that we were trying to achieve. So going back to a sort of a medium gray here, because we never did get back into here and separate this from the deck color there. We needed something a little lighter, but yeah, it was just pretty much mostly Mars black and Van Dyke brown at that point. I think we've got all of those. Again, the canvas water guards there, and the Japanese ships were always white for whatever reason. Still do not know why. Surface tension, that Mars yellow deep. It's much like that. Oh gosh, what is it? It's one of those reclaimed Earth colors from Gamlen. That would be the brown ochre, which is actually it's a much better burnt umber than burnt umber. And that Mars yellow deep it's like a supercharged yellow ochre color. So hopefully you can it makes it down the chimney without catching fire or anything like that. So yeah, you don't want it if it's in that stocking hung by the chimney with care or something like that. Nope, I need some more of just the not so much of the thinner there. Yep, get rid of some of the thinner, and of course now we actually have some adhesion here. Actually, I think I'm gonna get my. Hopefully, I got my little clippers still in here somewhere. Yeah, because it's actually a little piece of support sitting right there that we're just gonna. Whoops, not that much of it. There we are. That takes care of that. I think I still, yes, I am working with some of this lighter stuff here. I'm going to try and take some of this to some of these waves out here. Like here, that one's, I mean, we have a sculpted wave there, so we really should be doing something with that. Okay, now, there we go. So, Gunnies, can't wait for you to see that the new video that I'm gonna start. I'm gonna start uploading that as soon as the stream is over, and that features that's gonna feature an elder vehicle with a color scheme that I did many years ago. And obviously, if you've seen any of the Necron base painting of the Necron BFG ship bases, you'll kind of recognize what we're doing there, at least on the one half. So yeah, this is well, here we'll just have to kind of hold it this way then. So again, that is from our latest tutorial video, and there's the turret of it right there. And I did manage to find some other It's a Eldar vehicle files, which I think they have much more. Well, they have more I think weapon options on them, so I think a lot more detail than that one. They're definitely I think more closer to the GW versions. Take this blending brush to that. Take away just a little bit of the light tone. There's a little too much. Yep, there's another part of our stack that got kind of wiped away a little bit. And I was trying to fade what I put over here. Now up on top of that, I think I want to try and dry brush maybe this Van Dyke brown on top here. Maybe more of that. There we go. So just trying to, and maybe also here on the this mast, right? A little bit of soot there because it is sitting right behind the stack. Yeah, and Gane's, well, especially with all the chaos around MESBG, that I feel bad for all the sculptors that I support there. I know that Diwali is just going to charge right in and try and, well, fill some of the voids. Yep, surface tension, like we were talking about, well, with the MESBG stuff. You could buy one Forge World miniature, or you could probably have 3 Patreon subscriptions, or support one Patreon for 3 months. And obviously get basically an infinite amount of stuff, even from just 1 month of STLs. So it just doesn't, the math does not add up, right, to surface tension? Not counting all the books and everything else. So you know what? We're gonna lighten this up a little bit up here at the very top of the superstructure. Also over here. Now I understand for folks that don't have a printer, then that's a whole different metric right there. Nah, don't really like where that went, so I'm gonna just take that, or take a little bit of that away here. So that is a little, yes, I think it's because there's some support nubs on there, but I'm gonna see if we can't. Is that tool light? I might drop that back a little bit here. I think that might almost be getting there. Yeah, because what was trying to work in some of our rust there. Ghani's, yeah, that's, and there's the 2 buildings in there, of course. Well, I've done all of the, I could have a 20 by 20 Rohan theme board, even pretty much with just the terrain I made out of foam. So I don't need those. And I guess the final piece of this puzzle here is that, what happens with that theatrical release that they're tying this to. I have a feeling it's going more in the direction of The Hobbit than the original movies. Of course, that was a whole different era. There was no Facebook back in 2001. There was no TikTok. There wasn't a YouTube either. No Twitch. Yeah, and Ghani's, and that's that. Also, too, it's a difficult thing to straddle trying to match an anime style to the existing, obviously more live action oriented sculpts. So that's just a tough thing to manage no matter what. Yeah, and Ganes, I think that is just kind of a one-time thing. It just all kind of the stars aligned there, and I don't really think that's meant to happen anymore. Come on, trying to get me a little touch of light. Not back in there. But that's where the blending brush comes in handy, and the oils, because it's like we got an eraser. Yeah, took care of that problem. So there, even this bridge, it's weird. It's so different. This configuration from how I'm used to seeing Musashi and Yamato. So I'm just glad I only noticed it when it came to this. I'm like, where are all the little? I shouldn't have even had to put those. Well, let me see. Scratch that, because I think on Roma here, I had to put in all of those turrets myself. Yeah, all those little turrets there. Yeah, I had to put those in myself. That's right. I think I still have, might be some destroyers. I think I did all the Italian cruisers also. So see you later, surface tension. So I'll see you. Well, I guess at your Friday. I'll see you on your Friday. What neither of us is probably going to see surface tension is that bright object in the sky. I don't think either one of us is seeing that. So yeah, the next time we have surface tension, you're going to have to wear some eye protection. If we're going to be painting the sun on Thursday there, yeah, you're not going to want to expose yourself to that without some protective gear. You might want to wear like an asbestos shirt or something like that as well, because again, your body is not used to being subjected to any kind of sunlight. Now, you might think that this gray could be an adequate substitute for Welsh gray, but there's only one Welsh gray, and that is Welsh gray. It is unlike all other grays. So surface tension says lowering the monitor brightness and they put in one of those like filters or something like that, like a UV screen over the over the screen would help. Yeah, you're gonna have to turn that practically down to zero. It's gonna be like some kind of weird reverse film noir or something like that. Is that? Ah, I see what I'm doing. Okay, I gotta do a little backtrack over here. Let me take my darker stuff. I think we'll use this. That's gotta go underneath there. And that's gotta go up there. I do think that I put the darker ends of the barrels on all of these. Oh, I see what happened there. Okay. I was like, how did the end of that barrel get so light? That's because we were doing the deck and that migrated up onto the front of that barrel. See if I can get a little more separation in some of these boards. Not a ton. Do the same over here. Nope, I'm going to go back and refresh that brush before we do a couple of these here back towards the stern. So again, this back over here, that's essentially the flight deck. You got the elevator here, you got the aircraft catapults over there, and just because of the nature of these guns, the aircraft were not just needed for spotting enemy ships or fleets before they were able to get to Yamato or Musashi, but actually to assist in fire control, because the 18-inch guns actually did fire over the horizon. So the aircraft were needed to see, well, over the horizon. Yeah, I'm going to darken the top of that a little bit too. So again, we tried to work in some of our rust and such there. With the asphalt, a little bit of the Mars red slash Terra Rosa. What's the other one? Gosh, what is it called? It's from Richardson. Oh, Venetian red, right? Yep, Venetian red. That's also another really fantastic rust color right there. Yeah, I think we can work on it this way. Try darken up again that side of the catapult. Yeah, it matches this one a little more now. There's some more mooring cleats back here on the stern. Couple little streaks there up on the top of that stack. Well, that sounds really good there, Inganes. That is that was the first battle that I ever really studied. I don't know if you've ever heard of a book called Shattered Sword. I actually have that in audiobook form, and it's really interesting because it has all of the reports, not just from the U.S. side but also from the Japanese side. So it talks about the war gaming that happened beforehand, and just how things just happen to work out in a crazy way. All of those failed attacks from the land-based craft. And there's actually a drawing, I do believe it is of Kaga, where all of this is burned out, and you basically just have a little bit of the flight deck on the bow and the stern of the ship, and everything else is just kind of collapsed in. So I actually have the physical book too, but and that's where I saw that drawing. Now a little separation there. I think I'm going to do the same on this side too. Yeah, and the old-fashioned torpedo bombers, which basically all of them shot down, but it verschmizzled the formation of the fleet, and it really it messed with the air operations. So that's how you ended up with all kinds of aircraft sitting there with fuel and bombs and torpedoes just laying around all over the place. And the Americans never should have found the fleet either. They just happened to spot a destroyer making all kinds of haste, and they said, well, that lone destroyer is probably heading back to some kind of a fleet. Let's just follow him. And even then, that I think it was at the I think it might have been the Dauntless dive bombers from Wasp. I think they actually turned around because they were pretty much at the end of their fuel range. They're going to get me a little bit more of the staining on this back here, I think. Yep, something like that. Grand Oracle, the other thing was quite literally the fire control, and that was the reason why they basically sank the Yorktown 3 times, because they would take all the fuel lines and flood those with carbon dioxide, whereas the Japanese had a little bit more of a casual attitude towards that. And now that just, as they say, a recipe for disaster. I think too they weren't even all pointed into the wind. So it just like every every time I think, well, they were changing from land-based operations to anti-ship operations and then back again. Yeah, there was at least one or two of the ships Grand Oracle, and I remember listening to that in the Shattered Sword thing, that no matter what, it was going to be the end, because there was, like you say, the electrical systems were wiped out, so there was no, and of course, all the smoke and everything, right? People trying to operate systems, well, they're having a little bit of a breathing issue. So Three Geese, maybe somebody could answer Three Geese's question about GW paints there. But there is definitely a difference between, I think they still call them their glazes or washes, and the base coats and the layer coats. So I think one's going to be thicker than the next one. And Three Geese, well, there we go. Armor Wolf just said it. You can definitely use that. Again, Three Geese, always best to just kind of ignore the stuff where GW says, oh, you need this special product for this or that special product for that. Paint is just paint. Like Armored Wolf was saying there, just you can definitely go ahead and use that no problem. They basically are just trying to get you to, well, buy some more products. Saying that, oh, you can only use this for this. Of course, according to them, we can't use oils for anything. It's not like we could paint an entire fleet of 1800 scale ships or our terrain or all of our Lord of the Rings miniatures and, well, more 40k stuff. Let me work this right in. There we go. Yeah. Now this one, you know what? This one wave over. I'm going to take down a little bit of that. Was a little bit too tall there. Oh yeah, like the self-spilling pots. What is that? Oh, the contrast paint, right, Grand Oracle? So see you later, Grand Oracle. Appreciate you being here as always. And again, glad that you're getting just a little bit of time maybe to finally work on some of the stuff that you've been wanting to for a very, very long time. So yeah, those I think I like to call them the self-spilling jars of contrast paint because that's all you ever see when you look for pictures of contrast paint. You only ever see spilled ones laying around all over the place. I'm going to get me a little bit more of the rust down there. Something like, yeah, let's go with that. What is happening here with the water shield there? I need to actually get some of my gray on there. We have some of the rusty weathering stuff, but we don't have any gray. Now we have some also there too. Yeah, Grand Oracle. Well, I think you heard the story of, well, I think it was actually, was it our last ReaperCon? Probably was. Where someone showed their strength by squeezing a brand new, what the heck, oh, a Vallejo bottle. And we tried to say, hey, those Vallejo bottles that the cap, you have to poke a hole in that nozzle before you squeeze it because nothing's going to come out. But they squeezed it so hard that not only did the cap pop off, the nozzle popped off, pretty much the entire contents of the container got on them, the chair they were sitting on, the floor underneath the chair, maybe I think one or two of the people standing nearby. And then we started to notice little dots of red paint on my painted miniatures that were sitting there in a little example display, about 3 feet away. And that's when things got interesting. And but do believe that the name of the color was something like dried blood or blood red or something. And of course, Reapercon, the very first one, there was an incident where I was supposed to be doing my classes, and one of the colors was a secret weapon wash, literally called dried blood. And I advised folks before we started doing anything that these secret weapon colors they can get spattered all over the place. And for whatever reason, someone had picked up one of those dropper bottles and was squeezing it. Now, next thing you know, my display figures that I was supposed to use as a step-by-step prop, those were now covered in dried blood. So with those there was another incident too. Suddenly, there was a ban on all blood red paints in Wapoville, and that ban is still in place even though I'm not there. I forced them to impose the no blood red paints in Fort Wapple. When it happens 3 times, no Grand Oracle. It was that was too late because well, we're talking about acrylics, right? And because we're also doing class stuff, there was no time to even try to do anything about it. So that just wiped out all the prop miniatures there. And then the stuff that got wiped out in the second incident, that just had to be repainted because by the time I noticed the little dots of red paint on there, well, they had most thoroughly dried. So yeah, that was one of the more unusual incidents. Another reason to use the oil paints, right, Grant Oracle? So yeah, 3 geese. Well, blood for the blood god. At least that's if that's the whatever the blood stuff. That's thick enough to where it's not going to shoot all over the place. These two things, well, they were more like I guess more like a contrast paint, so very thin and very easy to project over great distances. I think ultimately we found spots of red paint 5 and a half feet away from the original blast zone. That is definitely a paint catastrophe, right, Grand Oracle? Now you know why I have those display cases with the which whatchamacallit with the LED lights inside of them, magnetized. So at least there, all you can do is make it look like whoever was carrying the case got murdered suddenly or whatever. The inside contents would be protected. You would think, Grant Oracle, that there'd be many other reasons to have a carrying case, but strictly to protect your miniatures from being bathed in blood red paint, that's oddly specific. That is an oddly specific course of action there. But you got to make do. Ah, that's interesting. Okay, so they're only on the port side, not. Now here's some on the starboard side. I still wonder what it would be like to print out these. Maybe at twice this size. So, since they're 1/1800, well, that wouldn't quite still be 1/700 scale. I don't know. Well, This Yamato hull, I think, is almost the entire length of the printable area on a Mono X. So I'd have to also chop the hull in half if I was going to print it that size. Or at least probably maybe split it right here before the superstructure begins. Hey there, Neshlet. Nice to see ya. So Grand Oracle, actually, if you check out, I can try and find you the link, but if you check out the blog, I did actually paint at least 24 Napoleonic miniatures. And I do believe they were for Waterloo. I don't think they were for 1818. I do think they were for 1813. And it was weird, Grand Oracle, because obviously they were all sculpted by the Perry brothers. And that was in an era where I was painting a lot of Lord of the Rings stuff, of the old GW variety. So it was really weird, essentially painting Rohan horses, but having the your French cavalry sitting on top of them. So Nishlant, happy Tuesday. Here's hoping that your week got off to a fantabulous start. We had to change the original plan for our Armada Monday here. And then once I saw that this was in fact not Yamato, but an early, like a pre-war version of Musashi here, we decided to go ahead and paint this one, even though we've got basically 4 destroyers and at least 1 cruiser printed out ready to go. There's also other cruisers and destroyers printed out that haven't even been prepped yet. So Grand Oracle, we did the remember, oh, what the heck were they called? They were for the fiefdoms. Remember, they were the clansmen of Lamadon. Remember, they had the blue. Actually, I want to do. I have more of those printed out, so that we can do some of those again at a certain point. And of course, you saw the gingham pattern that we did on one of the hobbitses. So yeah, I did a. Oh wow, I think we did about 10 or so of those clansmen of Lamadon with the plaid. Which is okay, Grand Oracle, because I've got several things printed out. Some of the stuff from Raging Heroes that I want to do. Again, some videos on doing tartan patterns, and then there's a what are those from? War? Oh, the Slanya figures. Remember those? So I'll be doing some tartan patterns on those, and I figured that would be a neat little tutorial video. So yes, indeed, there's that will be happening. I also have some larger scale stuff from I don't know if it's Nacho Olte or if it's from oh gosh, what's her name? Boy, it's been a while since I painted some of her stuff, but we got plenty of things that will involve some painting of tartan patterns. Some of them are actually busts too. No, it's not Nacho Olta. It's oh gosh. If Alfera were here, he would know because he actually got us in communication with each other. Sorry, I can't remember. Definitely not Moonlight Minis because these are very much more realistic. Let me see. It's the Bellinok. That's it, Bellinok. Yes, that's who did that. get a little bit more light on the very top of that stack. Maybe a bit more on the top of that mast. Okay, let me get this. A little bit more of like right along that edge. We still got some more of these little guys to do all the way down here. Right along the edge. Again, we don't have a death grip on the brush, right? We have a nice light, relaxed grip on the brush, which lets us do that. That Sponson needs a bit of light out here. And whatever, I forget what the heck this is called, but remember Grand Oracle, someone sent this here. It works pretty well. We used it in the video for doing some of the masking and such. Yeah, Grand Oracle. Geez, I forget what the heck they were called. Were they the not the Pan-Oceanians? They were the Ariadne or something like that. I could swear it was like werewolves wearing kilts or something. I actually painted those back when they first came out. I think it was 2006 or something. Back in the early days, we used to paint a lot of Infinity stuff. Let me catch a little bit more on the barrels there. Hey there, Rocket. Nice to see ya. And of course, Grand Oracle, in the very early days, we were doing tartan patterns on the Keltos figures, of which I still have. And they're still in the blister packs. They're not even open. They're old metal Keltos figures. So great to see you there, Rocket. Happy Tuesday to you. Just realized that does not have any little anti-aircraft gun barrels on it. So see you later, Grand Oracle. I know, I know you gotta get to sleep there, and well, we kind of wish we could be doing the same thing here too. But there is much to do after the stream. Anything else over here? Let me get a touch more light on that. So this right here again, that got a little verschmizzled by all of the by the support nubs and such. I will also do a little bit of our lighter gray up there. We'll take our blending brush to it. A little bit lighter down here too. Do I have? I'm gonna go a little bit more with the dark there, almost a bit like a staining on the deck there, just a tiny bit. Taking some of the asphaltum and yeah, that works. Let's see. So Rocket, well, actually Rocket now with all the stuff going on, you might be able to on eBay, find some like some maybe boxes of the more the troop types there, your Gondorians, your Rohan and such. I know that well they had these things called battle host boxes, but now that they've relaunched the game, so to speak, that means a lot of that stuff is out the window. So there's going to be a lot of chaos in MESBG now. That was stable for a long, long time. So that might be the better avenue is exploring the eBay route and saying, okay, here we go. Here's a big batch of some Rohan Cav or something like that. I don't know if there's a specific faction that he's looking for there, Rocket, is if he's looking more for an orcish type thing or dwarves or whatever. There are the individual heroes, so I don't know if that might be something more that could be of interest. Those tend to be boxes of plastic figs, so you would have something like, say, Gandalf, which would be on foot and then mounted. I think there's one of Saruman. I think there's one of Eomer, Eowyn, Theoden. So, and the Witch King. So maybe that is if you're not looking to do a whole box of troops, but you would essentially get two miniatures out of the one kit, if you want to call it that way. So maybe that's an idea there. And they would still be plastic. They wouldn't be, say, a Forge World or something along any resin like that. Just be your usual plastic kit. So maybe that would work. That might work here is kind of a mid-range gray because that's all a little too dark. Still gotta go a bit lighter. Right along the turret ring there. Boom. Nope, I gotta go back to this kind of mid-range gray because that secondary mount was too dark there. Okay. It's basically like what we had to do over there. Lighten that up a bit. Same here, maybe. Nah, that's all too much. But blending brush to the rescue and brings us back to where we were. So yeah, Rocket obviously, well, having the ability to 3D print everything. It's been a long time since I've seen looked at anything except the starter boxes. Yeah, gonna get me some of the lighter or mid-tone gray on the back of that turret. This range finder might have to do something with that. Also, the back of this turret here. Now that's too late. Too late. Trying to go back. Make that a little bit more in the middle. Let's try this here. That is a edge that needs to be solidified a bit. this here. Let me see. You don't want. Let me. Not quite our lightest light there, but yeah, that mask had kind of a weird thing going on where, oh, it's from the original dry brush. Holy smokes. So on the superstructure, you're going to get me a little bit of light right there, and then also here. So initially, right, we did all the lighter dry brush stuff on everything. Then we did those darker glazes in there, knowing that eventually we were going to come back into this with kind of these mid-tones, and this is where you kind of take care of maybe whatever sort of weird dry brush type texture you see. And sometimes that texture is just, it's going to show up more because there might be some layer lines in there. So something you probably wouldn't see if, well, this were printed larger. But again, this is 1/1800th scale. And if you are looking for a game system to play this with, as we found out just was a couple streams ago, not only is Victory at Sea 1/1800th scale, uh, you don't have to worry about the bases because you measure from the bridge. So you could have no base on there, I guess, and it wouldn't really matter. So that was the one thing I was worried about. Was that the Mantic Armada game, the base size does matter. Now that's not really the biggest surprise because it's age of sail and ramming and boarding is a thing. If 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 you have ships in the Second War, or even the First World War, that are ramming each other and boarding each other, then that is something's gone a little backwards there. Something ain't quite right. So therefore, the bases do not matter whatsoever. Which means that all of our stuff here is perfectly viable for Victory at Sea, which means I'm gonna try and snag the Victory at Sea rules. I may try to put on a few Victory at Sea battle reports if I can find them. If anybody knows of some on the YouTubes there. Of course, I'm gonna inquire from the source, or at least my US source. Say, hey, is there a place that has some decent Victory at Sea gameplay videos? And if anybody in the chat already knows, just let me know. So see you later there, Rocket. Appreciate you being here as always. Especially since Coco's models, Lee McCall has essentially every navy. And pretty much every ship in every navy too. I will have to get some aircraft files, print those out because there's also aircraft in Victory at Sea. They're super small. They go on little tiny flying stands. So was it like Battlefleet Gothic? If you were to launch a batch of fighters or something like that in Battlefleet Gothic, they would be represented by a little stand. Can we get a little bit better of an edge on a few of these, like this sponson right over here? that's another conning tower there. That is not. Again, this early war version with the dearth of anti-aircraft gun is really weird. Let me try to. Yeah, this here. You know what? I think on this about right around our chrysanthemum here. Now under that, I think I actually maybe make that a teensy bit darker. Yikes, too much thinner there. There we go. Yeah, while there is some reflected light, obviously from this, we still, that was getting a little bit too light there. Thank you so much, Blizzard Dice. Appreciate that. So Blizzard Dice, it's just a heavy gloss gel. And fortunately, it's a material we use for a ton of other things. And you can kind of see here what the water looks like. And that was actually sculpted on there. And oh, by the way, 3 hours and 52 minutes ago, this was just primer. You can see some of our other, just a handful here of the ships that we've done. I think this is either our 25th or 26th ship. Now that same material, we use it for icicles. We also use it for things like waterfalls right here. Actually, this ship and this thing here were done in the same tutorial video. Now where we can find you some snow and some icicles here. So yeah, we got some icicles hanging off of there. You got icicles hanging off of there, and then the snow also. There's a crushed glass and that heavy gloss gel. I think we have another set of icicles on this. Yes, we do. There we go. You can see them on that tree right there. There we go. See them over there where my finger is. And also we use it for fire. And that would be right here. So all the flames that you see on those bases was literally made out of the same material. Even the flames on the balrog and that sword, we refined those with the again that same heavy gloss gel. Three geese. I don't know if you saw the what was that, the eagles that we did. Gosh, were those back in September? I think maybe, or were they in October? They might have been in October, but we did icicles on their bases too. And yeah, they had the nests and everything in those trees. That went a little where it ain't supposed to go, so we're just going to take our blending brush to it there. So Blizzard Dice, thank you so much for joining us. Appreciate you being here. Let's see if we've got. Yeah, we've done a whole very large U.S. fleet. We also did an Italian fleet. We're gonna do tons of British stuff as well. Thank you so much, Blizzard Dice. Appreciate that. It's like again, you just showed one of those surfboards there. I'm taking that developer. I'm not taking this. Not even the hobbits. All right. Well, he didn't mention pipeweed. Let's see what happens on a roll of a Gandalf 6 here. Okay, a good solid mid-level roll right there. Again, if he mentions pipeweed, zoink. That's what he gets hit with right there. That's fantastic. Now, well, there were some original edition tigers out in the desert too. But let's see. Do I have? I don't think we have I gotta go all the way back to my bolt action stuff here. Well, there's our Winter Soviets. Oh, that was our 1944 Fallschirmjägers Army. So it wasn't. Let's see. I don't. I guess you would still have a. You could still have a Tiger in Dunkelgrau. Yeah, you could still have that. And no. Okay, we're getting into our British stuff now. This should be our French army here. Yeah. Oh, and there's our Monte Cassino Fallschirmjäger board. Let me see here. Okay, I scrolled past my scene. Now, thanks, Blizzard. Now, I still have a whole ton of, well, I don't just have the bolt action stuff. Now I've got STL files for a whole bunch of stuff. Well, and of course, nothing like the mighty Italian tiger of the desert. There you go. It's like, would you please get me out of here? This thing is a death trap. I think, well, it's, oh gosh, I normally, I think I would say, I really do love my Sharby one, but this one, of course, is very fun with the tank riders and, of course, the flaming Molotov standing on top of a frozen fuel tank. I do that might still have to be our fave right there. I never got to paint the Char 2C. I think I even printed out another Char 2C because you can't just have one. I mean, there was only 19 of them even in existence, so you got to print them all out. I still have to find some aircraft files. I think somebody had found me like the Junkers transport. Of course, was it the Heinkel 111? Yeah, we got to see if there's a printable version of that out there. So Blizzard, these are all 3D printed. These are printed in resin on a Anycubic Mono X. Of course, our terrain, we print that out on a Bamboo X1 carbon. We've also done some 28 millimeter ships there for our resin printed Corsairs. So the vast majority of actually what I'm painting on the stream here, whether it's going to be this, the vehicles, our large scale stuff, our busts, all that's going to basically be 3D printed. Even one of our recent streams here from last week, that's from Titan Forge, 3D printed right there. So yeah, I'm hoping to find some aircraft things because I do have a number of 148 scale plane kits and such, but that's not the easiest to deal with, especially some of the older kits right there. So that's we painted that one up on stream a while back. That was part of our. We like to have our Battle of Midway anniversary celebration every early June. So I'm hoping that we can actually maybe 3D print up some more Dauntlesses, maybe for next year's stream. Is that a... Okay, that's not a support nub. A lot of the Japanese have these really weird vertical struts for things. Was it Nagato that had tons of those? Oh yeah, that's right. Nagato did, but I think did Issei? No, Issei did. No, Issei did too. That's right. And I almost cut those things off until I found some reference images, and I went, oh, okay, those are not printing supports. That's actually architecture that's there. You know what? I'm gonna try to lighten this up here. Where's my blending brush for this? So thanks Armored Wolf for posting a link to the YouTube channel. Again, sometimes we'll take our streams here and I'll kind of shorten them up. I'll take away like the puppet shows and the raids and all that kind of stuff. Now, but we did it up here. Never did it down here. We gotta sharpen up that line by getting some darks in there. That's what's missing here. Now we got it there. Then we can get a little bit more light here and now have some contrast to this. There we go. Yeah, it was a little funky right there. So thanks again for the follow there, Blizzard Dice. Appreciate that. Typically on Monday, we call it Armada Mondays, and that's when we try to paint up some of our ships here. We will be getting to our British fleet, French fleet, German fleet. We have more US stuff to do. I'm going to try and get some more of the specialty ships. And then also, we want to get into some of our World War I ships too. He doesn't have as many. I think that's something he just started working on recently. But we'll get some World War I ships as well. So Blizzard Dice, he also does have that file. So this is basically the pre-war configuration of Musashi here. Now, obviously, I want to get all three of them, right? I want to get their late war configuration of Yamato, and definitely Shinano. I actually have a 1/700 scale version of that, and of course, kind of was the worst of all worlds. And you had a poorly trained crew on its first voyage there, and well, that got taken out pretty quick. Didn't last very long, did it? And I don't know if Shinano was the aircraft carrier that was painted with the turrets on it, but it might have actually been Shinano because it had that crazy green camo pattern on it, or dazzle camo, sorry. So Shinano is definitely one of the ships that I'm targeting for. I think it's not available in one of the fleet packs. I think Yamato and Shinano, and I think they also has maybe the I-class submarines. Yeah, Blizzard Dice, pretty much everything that could have been done wrong was done wrong. That created the negative result for him, right? It did not have to necessarily be that result. But oh yeah, we'll definitely be painting Shinano. I'm pretty sure. I don't know if Graf Spey is one of the part of the fleet pack or if that's an individual, but we'll do that too. I mean, he did do the Montana class, so that's kind of a unicorn right there. So I think he'll probably also be doing other ships that maybe never quite built. Of course, I'm still going to have to take one of my Iowa class ships. I don't even have that file yet, believe it or not. I have Montana, I have South Carolina, but I don't actually have the Iowa class. But I want to do a Kentucky and Illinois, so we'll do all of the Iowa class ships. And I think we'll maybe do a fun dazzle camo scheme on the on the Illinois and Kentucky. And Kentucky was the hull was finished on that. They were starting to work on the superstructure because when you see the pictures of it being hauled away for scrap, there's 5.1-inch turrets sitting on the deck. That's fantastic, Blizzard Ice. Oh, that's a. I don't know if the fleet pack has Texas or not. I don't know. Well, actually, one of the very first ships we painted was that. There was Arizona. It was one of the very first ships that we painted on stream. That, of course, and Enterprise, the ultimate hero ship right there. So that's fantastic, Blizzard Dice. See, I'm pretty sure that he has a file for USS Texas. I just don't know if it's one of the fleet packs or not. It might be an individual ship. Pretty sure that Yorktown and Wasp were both part of a fleet pack. Though, no, that was maybe the Saratoga / Lexington class was part of that fleet pack. Hard to remember. The, that was one of the very first fleet packs I got. So I think that and the Regia Marina. But we'll certainly have to do Texas. That really didn't quite go through the. Well, it went through the modernization process, maybe that of the late 1930s, but it didn't go through that mid 1940s revamp like West Virginia and Tennessee with the extensive modifications. I don't think it still has the casemated guns, though. Definitely not a spectacular idea in naval architecture, but it kind of was a product of its time. I might try to lighten that still a teensy bit more here. Yeah, Blizzard Dice, I think that there was maybe one other occasion that was done. Well, we were talking a lot about how here the rather extensive aircraft launching system there was as much for sighting the guns as it was for just finding other fleets to shoot at. It was almost like the old style World War I artillery, well, even Civil War era spotting balloons. Yeah, let me go all the way down to the. We haven't done that over here. That's what's missing there. Probably have to do it on the other side too. Same thing with these turrets here. Yeah, let's get those guys. So when it comes to the French fleet, obviously we're looking to get ships like Richelieu, Jean Bart, and of course Surcouf, which imagine guns like that on a submarine. Or were they 6-inch? They were 8-inch guns. Yeah, the submarine with cruiser guns on it. So Blizzard Dice, there's sometimes what's old is new, and it seems to happen in every conflict. Because obviously, in certain current conflicts, you have basically almost like a World War One approach, which almost is because of modern technology. The World War One approach is almost a necessity. 1 second there, Uncle Trash. There we go. I'm glad there, Uncle Trash. And Blizzard Dice, when you think of just how squishy current ships are, obviously you saw in the Black Sea, it didn't take much to wipe out ships that were at least this size. I mean, ships like that being taken out by one potentially drone. This would not be taken out potentially by one health. What is that? Harpoon or Sea Sparrow. Yeah, that's not going to take out one of these. Now it would mess up the superstructure, and there's obviously a lot of let me see, the Montana class. One of the things they had thought about doing with this was actually taking out almost everything amidships, basically taking out the back two turrets and essentially turning it into almost like a Polaris submarine where it would launch missiles. So glad Uncle Trash did that worked. That was successful. And the thing is, you have them, right? Blizzard Dice, they exist already. And again, you can put, they have phalanx gun systems on them. And they already have Tomahawk cruise missile launchers on them. It could be one heck of a firing platform. And what's to say you don't use a GPS to assist in the guidance on those 16-inch guns? Blizzard Dice, what's interesting is that still to get artillery close in on a target, right, requires a heavily armored artillery piece that moves. Of course, they have massive disadvantages in urban combat. And also depends on the terrain, right? Blizzard Dice. The more open and flat that terrain is, the more devastating the tanks would be. Let me see if we can't get a little bit of our, like, right underneath the, there we go. That didn't quite go where we wanted that. And it's always, was that for every action there's an equal and opposite reaction. So you might, in order to maybe protect things like a modern day carrier from, well, something like suicide drones, maybe you need something like this. As again, these are not squishy like today's ships. Either that or you just build more submarines. And you say, good luck taking this out when you cannot see it and cannot reach it until it chooses to reach out and touch you. Okay, so we got ourselves a decent amount of light there. I might try to now go here. I haven't done this yet. Is actually mix some of our fast mat white in with our deck color here. We haven't gone this light yet, and now I'm going to try and do that here. Too much paint on them. Let me get rid of some of that. Gotta try this again. Maybe we do need a little more on there. But yeah, Blizzard Dice, it's one of those things where there's going to be no universal system. Well, and of course, actually, Blizzard Dice, a ship like this could be a very heavily armored drone launching system. And I mean like big drones. Yeah, not the little quadcopters, but the really large stealth drones or something like that. Well, here you go. You do something like this. You make a battle carrier, and that whole aft section of the ship there, well, that is for launching really large drones. I mean, it's different if you didn't have them already. That would be one thing. Now, I suppose the other thing that they do bring up is, well, okay, are you going to instantly train a couple of thousand crew members for these things? And how many crew members now are versed in firing 16-inch guns and operating, well, 85-year-old tech? So that's obviously understandable. Of course, a nuclear-powered version of one of these, that might be a bit of a game changer also. So Blizzard Dice, that could very much be, a little hint of the future there. But yeah, I'm fairly sure those Black Sea ships that were taken out by the drones wouldn't take out a battleship. It would do some damage. It would cause some issues, but it would not take it down. At least not one of them. And I think the a large stable gun platform like that would have lots of barrels on any sort of drones that were, especially any seaborne drones, because those are not moving terribly fast. I keep thinking of if you want to have something that may be guarding some key shipping lanes somewhere in a confined area, like, oh, I don't know, a canal. Perhaps one of these might just be the thing. Because a speedboat with some boomies on it is not going to be enough to take it down. Whereas an Arleigh Burke or a whatever destroyer is going to have to, or Spruance class. I don't even know. I think they might have taken out all the Spruance class destroyers. But those with their aluminum hulls, that's going to get taken out pretty easy. I guess Blizzard, well, a lot of it comes down to cost, right? And some of it might come down to defense contracts too. Now, did we get it? Okay, we did darken it up on that side. I'm going to try and darken this a little bit more on this side, perhaps. Teensy bit more. And there's another little bit of leveling out here that I'm going to try and do where we had a whole bunch of the support nubs. Well, that is works better on those than I was expecting. Yes, indeed, Blizzard Dice. Because not not a lot of profit in old weapons systems, no matter how viable or useful they might be. Newest, latest, greatest. It's like the iPhone version of weapon systems. So that boy, that really does change things around here in the superstructure there. When we went back and cleaned that up from the initial kind of dry brush stuff that we did again with our filbert brushes to begin with. Do I? Let's see. Yeah, I'm gonna do that again over here on this side. So some of this kind of mid-range gray, maybe a little more of our light. Hopefully that's not too much. That's just on the cusp there, and now I'm gonna go back with some Van Dyke brown here, and then right in there. Yep, that's good. Okay. I do think. Well, let's see. Oh yeah, now it's after 3 a.m. and we've been doing our early war Musashi here for almost 4.5 hours. I wonder if Kate is actually streaming right now. I think Kate's streaming now. Let me see something here. Let me see if we can find Kate here. There we go. So there is our 1/1800 scale and early war Musashi. And you can see it compared to Kaga right there. So even Kaga not as long as our Musashi slash Shinano slash Yamato. So I want to say thanks to Armored Wolf for doing all the moderations. I want to say thanks for all the bits and the subs and the follows and the cheers. We appreciate all those. And of course, on our Thursday stream, we're going to be getting back to some holiday cheer. And we're going to be painting some more of our ornaments here of a interplanetary type. So thank you so much, Armored Wolf. Appreciate that. I'm going to get our rate countdown underway because that does take a wee while. It takes a few seconds there. There we go. It's underway now. So thanks again. Appreciate everybody being here. And I will catch you on our Thursday stream. Be there for some more ornament painting. So thanks again, everybody, and I will catch you then. See you later there, Uncle Trash, and see you later, Blizzard Dice. Yeah, Uncle Trash, I'll shoot you a message tomorrow.